Close your eyes, let the weight of the day fall away. Tonight, we travel back 2,500 years to a cluster of hills above a muddy river in central Italy, to the moment a city was born that would one day rule the world. From a she-wolf and two abandoned infants to the man who pretended not to be emperor while ruling everything, this is the beginning of Rome's extraordinary story. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 1. The she-wolf and the twins, the myth that built a city. Every great civilization begins with a story it tells about itself, and Rome's founding myth is one of the most extraordinary stories in the history of human culture, a tale of divine parentage, impossible survival, fratricide, and the stubborn will to build something from nothing on a cluster of hills above a muddy river in central Italy. The story begins with a god and a Vestal virgin, continues with twin infants abandoned to die in the wilderness, and ends with the founding of a city that would one day govern an empire stretching from Scotland to the borders of Persia. According to Roman tradition, the twins Romulus and Remus were the sons of Mars, the god of war, and Rhea Silvia, a Vestal virgin and princess of the ancient Latin city of Alba Longa. Their birth was considered a threat to the power of their great-uncle Amulius, who had usurped the throne from their grandfather Numita, and so the twins were ordered to be drowned in the Tiber River. The servants tasked with this execution instead placed the infants in a basket and set them adrift on the river, and the basket came to rest beneath a fig tree at the foot of the Palatine Hill, where a she-wolf discovered the crying infants, and rather than devouring them, nursed them alongside her own cubs until a shepherd named Faustulus found them. Faustulus brought the twins home to be raised by his wife. They grew into strong young men, rallied supporters, killed Amulius, restored their grandfather to his throne, and then set out to found a new city of their own on the hills where they had been saved. The twins quarreled over which hill the new city should be founded on and which of them should be its king. Remus leaped contemptuously over the low walls that Romulus had begun to build, an act of mockery that Romulus repaid with death. And so Rome was founded in blood by a single survivor on the Palatine Hill, on a date that Roman tradition fixed as April 21, 753 BCE. Modern archaeology tells a more complex story. The hills above the Tiber were occupied by small Latin and Sabine settlements for centuries before anything resembling a unified city emerged, and the traditional founding date is almost certainly legendary rather than historical. But the myth itself reveals something true about Rome, that from its very first moment, it understood itself as a city born from violence, sustained by will, and destined for a greatness that no power in the known world would ultimately be able to prevent. Fact 2. The Seven Kings, Rome's forgotten first chapter. Before Rome was a republic, before it was an empire, it was a kingdom, ruled by 7 kings whose reigns together span approximately 244 years of Roman history, from the legendary founding in 753 BCE to the expulsion of the last king in 509 BCE. The Roman monarchy is the least studied and least celebrated chapter of Roman history, overshadowed by the dramatic centuries of republican expansion and imperial grandeur that followed it. But the 7 kings of Rome, legendary, semi-legendary, and possibly historical, shaped the institutions, the physical landscape, and the cultural character of the city in ways that persisted for 1,000 years after their names had faded from common memory. Romulus, the first king, was credited with the foundational act of creating the Roman people itself. According to tradition, he populated his new city by opening it as a refuge for runaway slaves, exiles, criminals, and fugitives from neighboring communities, an act that gave Rome its peculiarly inclusive character, its willingness to absorb outsiders and make them Roman. When the community of men lacked women, Romulus organized the rape of the Sabine women, the abduction of young women from the neighboring Sabine people, an act of violence that became, in Roman tradition, a founding story of integration and reconciliation. The later kings introduced the institutions that would define Rome for centuries. Numa Pompilius, the second king and a Sabine by birth, was credited with establishing Rome's religious calendar, its priestly colleges, and the peaceful civic institutions that balanced the military culture of Romulus. Servius Tullius, the sixth king, was said to have conducted the first census of the Roman people, organized them into voting classes based on wealth, and built the great defensive wall, the Servian Wall, that enclosed the city. Tarquinius Superbus, the seventh and last king, was a tyrant whose arrogance and whose son's assault on the noblewoman Lucretia provoked the revolution that ended the monarchy and inaugurated the Roman Republic. Whether these kings are historical individuals or legendary constructions built backward from the institutions attributed to them is a question that modern scholarship cannot definitively resolve. But the stories Rome told about its kings reveal its values, the importance of divine favor, the danger of tyranny, the virtue of civic religion, and the idea that the greatness of Rome was built by many hands across many generations. Fact 3. The Roman Republic, power divided, ambition unleashed. The Roman Republic, which replaced the monarchy in 509 BCE and endured until the rise of Augustus in the 1st century BCE, was one of the most sophisticated and durable systems of government the ancient world produced. It was not a democracy in the modern sense. Power was heavily weighted toward the wealthy elite, and the voice of the common citizen was constrained by structures that systematically favored the aristocracy. But it distributed power among multiple institutions, created mechanisms for preventing the concentration of authority in any single person, and developed a political culture of competitive service that drove Rome's extraordinary expansion. At the heart of the republican system were the two consuls, magistrates elected annually, each with the power to veto the other, who served as the chief executives of the state during their year of office. The annual term and the mutual veto were the republic's most fundamental safeguards against tyranny. No man could hold the consulship long enough to entrench himself in power, and no consul could act without the tacit consent of his colleague. Below the consuls was a hierarchy of other magistracies, praetors, censors, quaestors, aediles, each with specific functions, each elected for fixed terms, each subject to scrutiny by their peers and successors. Above and behind all the magistrates stood the Senate, the body of former magistrates whose collective experience, accumulated wealth, and social prestige made them the true governing class of the Republic. The Senate did not formally command the magistrates, but its guidance was almost always followed, and a magistrate who acted against the express wishes of the Senate did so at the risk of his political future. The Senate controlled the allocation of public funds, directed foreign policy, and debated the great questions of Roman public life in sessions that produced the senatorial decrees that shaped Roman governance for centuries. The Republic was also deeply shaped by the long conflict between its two great social classes, the patricians, who claimed descent from the original families of Rome and monopolized the most important priesthoods and magistracies, and the plebeians, who made up the vast majority of the Roman population. This conflict, the struggle of the orders, lasted approximately 2 centuries and ended with plebeians gaining access to virtually all the offices previously restricted to patrician birth. A slow revolution fought in the courts and assemblies rather than on battlefields, but no less transformative for its quiet pace. Fact 4. The 12 Tables. Rome writes its laws in stone. In 450 BCE, after years of political agitation by the plebeian class demanding that Rome's laws be written down and made publicly accessible rather than kept as the secret knowledge of the patrician priesthoods, the Roman state produced the 12 Tables, the first written legal code in Roman history, inscribed on 12 bronze tablets and displayed in the Roman Forum where any citizen could read them. The 12 Tables were not a comprehensive legal code in the modern sense. They preserved significant inequalities, regulated slavery as a normal institution, and prescribed harsh penalties for relatively minor offenses. But they were a foundational moment in the history of Western law, establishing the principle that law should be written, public, and applicable to all citizens regardless of birth. The 12 Tables covered a remarkable range of legal subjects: property rights, inheritance, contracts, debt, family law, criminal procedure, and the rights and obligations of both citizens and non-citizens. Several provisions stand out for their insight into Roman social life. The tables regulated the conduct of funerals, limiting the elaborate mourning displays of wealthy families. They established procedures for debt collection that reveal the brutal realities of economic life in early Rome. A debtor who could not pay his creditors could, after a period of legal proceedings, be sold into slavery abroad, or in some readings of the text, physically divided among his creditors. The 12 Tables also preserve traces of an older, more magical legal system, in which curses, incantations, and ritual acts had legal force. The prohibition on casting malicious spells on crops or on persons, spells that could apparently be used to transfer the fertility of one person's field to another's, suggests a legal system still partly rooted in archaic belief in the power of words and rituals to affect the physical world. The tables represent a snapshot of a society in transition between oral tradition and written governance. The original bronze tablets were destroyed when the Gauls sacked Rome in 390 BCE. The text survives only in quotations embedded in the works of later Roman writers, who treated it with a reverence bordering on veneration. Cicero, writing 4 centuries after their composition, recalled that Roman boys of his generation were required to memorize the 12 Tables as part of their basic education, a practice long since fallen out of use, but that testified to the foundational status of Rome's first written laws. Fact 5. The Gallic sack, the night Rome almost ended. In 390 BCE, or 387 BCE by some ancient reckonings. A catastrophe struck Rome of a kind it had never experienced, and would not experience again for 800 years. A Gallic tribe known as the Senons, led by a chieftain the Romans called Brennus, invaded Italy from across the Alps, defeated a Roman army at the Battle of the Allia River in what Romans would ever afterward remember as one of the most shameful disasters in their history, and marched on Rome. The city was largely abandoned, most of its population fled, and the Gauls occupied and burned a significant portion of the city, besieging the last defenders who had retreated to the Capitoline Hill. The siege of the Capitoline lasted approximately 7 months, and it produced one of the most famous anecdotes in Roman history. According to tradition, the Gauls attempted a night assault on the hill, creeping silently up the cliff face in darkness, and would have succeeded had they not disturbed the sacred geese kept in the temple of Juno at the summit. The geese, alarmed by the approaching Gauls, set up a clamor that woke the Roman defenders, who repelled the attack. The sacred geese of Juno were thereafter honored annually in Roman religious observance, carried in a litter in a procession that also included, in a grim inversion of honor, a dog hung on a cross, representing the dogs who had slept through the assault and failed where the geese had succeeded. The sack of Rome left profound marks on Roman consciousness and policy for generations. The memory of the disaster drove the relentless military expansion of the centuries that followed, a determination to destroy any potential enemy before that enemy could threaten Rome again. It also drove the construction of the Great Servian Wall, the massive defensive fortification that enclosed all 7 hills of the city. Rome would not be caught unprepared again, and it would spend the next 3 centuries making absolutely certain of it by expanding outward until the threats could no longer reach it. The sack also had lasting consequences for the study of Roman history. Many written records and physical artifacts of Rome's earliest centuries were destroyed in the fire, leaving later historians dependent on oral traditions, fragments, and partly reconstructed accounts. The original bronze 12 tables were melted or burned. The genealogies of the great families were partially reinvented from memory. Rome's first chapter was written in ash, and much of it was never fully recovered. Fact 6. The Punic Wars, Rome against the other great power. Between 264 BCE and 146 BCE, Rome fought 3 wars against Carthage, the great mercantile empire centered on the coast of North Africa in what is now Tunisia, in a struggle for dominance of the Western Mediterranean that would prove to be among the most consequential conflicts in the history of the ancient world. The Punic Wars, from Punicus, the Latin term for Phoenician, reflecting Carthage's origins as a Phoenician colonial city, lasted a total of 43 years spread across 3 conflicts, cost hundreds of thousands of lives on both sides, and ended with the total destruction of Carthage in 146 BCE, and the transformation of Rome from a dominant power in Italy into the unchallenged master of the entire Mediterranean world. The First Punic War, 264–241 BCE, was fought primarily at sea and in Sicily, which both powers coveted as the largest and most fertile island in the Mediterranean. The Romans, who at the beginning of the conflict had virtually no naval experience, built a fleet from scratch, invented a boarding device called the corvus that allowed their soldiers to fight naval battles as if they were land battles, and eventually defeated the Carthaginian navy at the Battle of the Aegates Islands, forcing Carthage to cede Sicily and pay a substantial indemnity. It was Rome's first overseas province, and its first taste of an empire beyond Italy. The Second Punic War, 218–201 BCE, brought Rome the closest it ever came to annihilation at the hands of an external enemy. The Carthaginian general Hannibal Barca crossed the Alps with his army in the autumn of 218 BCE, descended into Italy, and over the next 15 years defeated Roman army after Roman army in a series of brilliant tactical masterpieces. At the Battle of Cannae in 216 BCE, Hannibal killed an estimated 50,000 to 70,000 Roman soldiers in a single afternoon, using a double envelopment maneuver that military commanders from Napoleon to modern strategists have studied and attempted to replicate ever since. Despite Cannae and multiple other crushing defeats, Rome refused to surrender. It rebuilt its armies, wore Hannibal down through attrition, and brought him to bay at the Battle of Zama in 202 BCE, where the Roman general Scipio Africanus defeated him using tactics adapted from Hannibal's own methods. The Third Punic War ended in 146 BCE with Carthage razed to the ground, its people sold into slavery, and its very site cursed, a warning to all who might dream of challenging Rome. Fact 7. Hannibal's elephants, the march that shook the world. Of all the military feats of the ancient world, few have captured the imagination of subsequent centuries as completely as Hannibal Barca's crossing of the Alps in 218 BCE, the audacious, almost incomprehensible decision to march an army of approximately 38,000 infantry, 8,000 cavalry, and 37 war elephants across the most formidable mountain barrier in Europe in late autumn. Descending into Italy not where Rome expected him but from the north, through the snowbound passes of the Alps, in an operation that cost half his army and all but one of his elephants to cold, starvation, altitude sickness, and the attacks of hostile mountain tribes. The route Hannibal took across the Alps has been debated by historians, geographers, and military enthusiasts for more than 2,000 years, and the question is still not definitively settled. The ancient sources, primarily Polybius and Livy, provide enough detail to locate the crossing in the general vicinity of the Western Alps, but not enough to identify a specific pass with certainty. Modern candidates include the Col du Clapier, the Col de la Traversette, and several other high mountain passes, each with scholarly proponents who have mapped the ancient descriptions onto modern terrain with varying degrees of persuasiveness. The elephants that Hannibal brought with him were North African forest elephants, a subspecies now extinct, smaller than the African bush elephants and Asian elephants familiar today, but still formidable animals that terrified horses and infantry who had never seen them. War elephants had been a feature of Hellenistic warfare since Alexander the Great encountered them in India, and Carthage had access to the North African forest elephants, whose habitat extended across the Atlas Mountains and the forested coastal regions of North Africa. The elephants served both as shock weapons and as psychological terror. The sight and sound and smell of an elephant charge was profoundly disorienting for horses and inexperienced soldiers. Almost all of Hannibal's elephants died in the first Italian winter, victims of the climate and the injuries sustained in the Alpine crossing. The one exception, an elephant named Surus, meaning the Syrian, survived and became Hannibal's personal mount, a symbol of endurance and the remarkable journey that had brought an army from Spain across the roof of Europe into the heartland of the Republic it had come to destroy. Fact 8. Julius Caesar, the man who broke the Republic. Gaius Julius Caesar, born in 100 BCE into a patrician family of ancient lineage but modest wealth, died on the Ides of March, 44 BCE, stabbed 23 times on the floor of the theatre of Pompey by a group of senators who believed they were saving the Republic, is arguably the most famous individual in the history of the ancient world, and certainly one of the most consequential. In a life of 55 years, he rose from relative obscurity to the pinnacle of Roman power, conquered Gaul, and brought an enormous new territory under Roman domination, fought and won a devastating civil war against his former ally Pompey, reformed the Roman calendar, began the transformation of the city of Rome's physical landscape, and set in motion the chain of events that would end the Roman Republic and replace it with a system of personal rule that, under the name of his adopted son and heir, would endure for 5 centuries. Caesar's conquest of Gaul between 58 BCE and 50 BCE was a military achievement of staggering scale. Over 8 years of campaigning, he fought more than 50 major engagements, bridged the Rhine River twice, crossed to Britain twice, and killed or enslaved an estimated 1 million Gauls, figures that even his contemporaries viewed with ambivalence, and that modern scholars have debated and contextualized but not dismissed. The Siege of Alesia in 52 BCE, where Caesar besieged the Gallic chieftain Vercingetorix inside a fortified hilltop oppidum, while simultaneously defending his own siege works against a relief army of 250,000 warriors, is considered one of the greatest military engineering feats in ancient history. Caesar's political genius matched his military talent. He understood the power of public opinion, cultivated the Roman crowd with lavish games and public works, wrote his Commentarii, his account of the Gallic Wars, in a clear, direct Latin prose that served as both a military record and a piece of sophisticated political self-promotion. He crossed the Rubicon River on January 10, 49 BCE, leading his army into Italy in defiance of the Senate's command, an act that made civil war inevitable and gave the modern world an idiom for a point of no return. Caesar was declared Dictator Perpetuo, Dictator in perpetuity, in February of 44 BCE. Within 5 weeks he was dead, and the republic he had fatally wounded lurched into another decade of civil war before his adopted son Octavian finally brought it to an end. Fact 9. The Ides of March, the day that changed the world. On the morning of March 15, 44 BCE, Julius Caesar walked from his house on the sacred way to attend a meeting of the Senate in the theatre of Pompey. He had been warned of danger. A soothsayer had told him to beware the Ides of March, and his wife Calpurnia had dreamed of his murder and begged him not to go. A man pressed a note into his hand warning him of the conspiracy, but he did not read it. He was helped to his seat, and then the senators who had gathered around him began to pull at his toga, drawing him into their midst, and the first knife came down. He struggled at first then, seeing the face of his friend Marcus Junius Brutus among his attackers, he pulled his toga over his face and ceased to resist. When it was done, 23 wounds had been counted on his body, though the physician later concluded that only one, the second blow, driven beneath his ribs, had been fatal. The conspirators who killed Caesar, there were approximately 60 of them, mostly senators, led by Brutus and Gaius Cassius Longinus, believed they were performing a patriotic act, saving the Republic from a tyrant who had made himself king in all but name. Their plan ended at the moment of the assassination itself. They had made no arrangements for what would happen next, assumed the Senate and the Roman people would greet the death of the dictator with relief and celebration, and discovered instead that they had unleashed forces they could not control. Mark Antony, Caesar's lieutenant and co-consul, turned the funeral of Caesar into a political catastrophe for the conspirators. Standing before the Roman crowd with Caesar's body, its wounds displayed, its blood-stained toga held up for all to see, Antony read Caesar's will, which left his gardens to the Roman people and a cash bequest to every citizen of Rome, and then delivered a funeral oration so skillfully designed to inflame public anger against the conspirators that it triggered riots in which the assassins fled Rome. The 13 years that followed the Ides of March, the wars between Antony and Octavian, between Octavian and the assassins, and finally between Octavian and Antony himself, consumed the remaining life of the Roman Republic and ended with Octavian, renamed Augustus, as the unchallenged ruler of the Roman world. The men who killed Caesar hoping to save the Republic produced, instead, the conditions under which the Republic finally died. Fact 10. Augustus, the man who pretended not to be emperor. When Octavian, the 19-year-old adopted son and heir of Julius Caesar, entered the chaos of the Roman world after his adoptive father's assassination in 44 BCE, few would have predicted that this slight, frequently ill, politically inexperienced young man would outlast all his rivals, end the Roman civil wars, and establish a system of personal rule that would endure for 5 centuries. Yet by 27 BCE, having defeated Mark Antony and Cleopatra at the Battle of Actium, having secured the loyalty of the Roman army, and having transformed the republican institutions of Rome into instruments of his own power, Octavian stood before the Senate and performed one of the most carefully staged pieces of political theatre in the history of the ancient world. He offered to resign all his extraordinary powers and restore the Republic. The Senate begged him to stay. He accepted with conditions. He would keep his military command over the provinces where Rome's armies were stationed. He would retain the title of Princeps, first citizen, which carried enormous prestige without the alarming monarchical connotations of king or dictator. He would be known as Augustus, the revered one, a quasi-religious honorific rather than a political title. He would govern not as a tyrant but as a steward of the Republic, first among equals, a man whose authority rested on his auctoritas, his personal prestige and the trust of the Senate, rather than on force alone. It was, of course, an elaborate fiction. Augustus controlled the armies, controlled the treasury, controlled the appointment of governors in the militarily critical provinces, and held a collection of powers that together amounted to absolute authority over the Roman state. But the fiction was carefully maintained, and it was politically essential. The Romans could not accept a king. The word itself was poisonous in Roman ears after the expulsion of the Tarquins, but they could accept a first citizen who governed with republican forms while holding monarchical substance. Augustus ruled for 44 years, dying in 14 CE at the age of 75. He transformed Rome from a city of brick into a city of marble, brought the Roman world 2 generations of relative peace, reformed the army, the legal system, the taxation system, and the provinces, and created the template for the Roman imperial system that would be followed with variations and disruptions for the next 5 centuries. Fact 11. The Pax Romana, 2 centuries of imperfect peace. The Pax Romana, the Roman peace, is the name given by historians to the approximately 2-century period between the accession of Augustus in 27 BCE and the death of Marcus Aurelius in 180 CE, during which the Roman Empire experienced a degree of internal stability, economic prosperity, and freedom from large-scale external invasion that was virtually unprecedented in the ancient world. It was not, of course, a true peace. Rome fought continuous wars on its frontiers throughout this period, suppressed provincial rebellions, executed political opponents, and experienced the occasional dynastic crisis, but compared to what came before and what would follow, it represented a level of order and stability that allowed tens of millions of people across the Mediterranean world to live with a degree of security their ancestors had not known. At its height during the Pax Romana, the Roman Empire encompassed an estimated 65 to 70 million people, roughly a quarter of the world's total population at the time, spread across territories stretching from the Atlantic coast of Spain and Portugal in the west to the Euphrates River in the east, from the highlands of Scotland in the north to the deserts of North Africa and the cataracts of the Upper Nile in the south. Within this vast territory, a common legal system applied to all Roman citizens, a common language facilitated trade and administration, a remarkable road network linked the most distant provinces to the capital, and a common currency allowed goods to move across thousands of kilometers without the friction of exchange. The historian Edward Gibbon described the period between the accession of Nerva in 96 CE and the death of Marcus Aurelius in 180 CE as the period in the history of the world during which the condition of the human race was most happy and prosperous. This judgment has been challenged by modern historians who note the profound inequalities of Roman society, the institution of slavery on which the economy depended, and the violence that underwrote Roman imperial order. But even with these important qualifications, the scale and duration of the stability Rome provided to the ancient Mediterranean world remains one of the most remarkable achievements in the history of human civilization. The Pax Romana came to an end not with a single dramatic event, but with a gradual accumulation of pressures: plague, military overextension, economic strain, and the increasing difficulty of defending a perimeter thousands of kilometers long against enemies who were growing stronger and more organized. Fact 12. The Great Fire of Rome. Did Nero really fiddle? On the night of July 18, 64 CE, a fire broke out in the merchant district near the Circus Maximus in Rome and spread with terrifying speed through the narrow, densely packed streets of the ancient city. It burned for 6 days before being brought under control, then reignited and burned for another 3. When it was finally extinguished, 10 of Rome's 14 administrative districts had been damaged or destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of people were left homeless. Ancient temples, public monuments, and private dwellings that had stood for centuries were reduced to ash and rubble. It was the worst fire in Roman history, and it has never been entirely forgotten, partly because of the extraordinary story that attached itself to it almost immediately, that the Emperor Nero had started the fire himself and had watched it burn from a tower while playing his lyre and singing about the destruction of Troy. The story of Nero fiddling while Rome burned is almost certainly a later invention or exaggeration. The fiddle did not exist in the ancient world, and the most reliable accounts suggest that Nero was actually at his villa in Antium when the fire started, and returned to Rome immediately to organize relief efforts, opening his own gardens and public buildings as shelters for the homeless and ordering emergency grain distributions. The ancient historian Tacitus, whose account is the most detailed that survives, notes that Nero was widely believed to have ordered the fire, but is careful to say that the truth was uncertain. What is clear from the ancient sources is that Nero used the destruction of Rome as an opportunity for the most ambitious urban renewal project in the city's history. The new Rome that rose from the ruins was built according to rational planning principles, with wider streets, mandatory fire breaks between buildings, height limits on apartment blocks, and a requirement that at least the lower stories of buildings be constructed in stone rather than wood. Nero also took the opportunity to build the Domus Aurea, the Golden House, an enormous palace complex that covered an estimated 300 acres of the city center, including an artificial lake where the Colosseum would later be built. The emperor also needed a scapegoat, and he found one in the small community of Christians living in Rome, whom he blamed for the fire and subjected to spectacular public executions, reportedly dipping some in pitch and burning them as human torches in his garden. Fact 13. The Roman legions, the machine that built an empire. The Roman legions, the heavy infantry units that formed the backbone of Roman military power from the early Republic through the late Empire, were one of the most effective military institutions in the history of the ancient world, and the primary instrument through which Rome built, maintained, and defended its empire for approximately 7 centuries. At the height of the empire, Rome maintained approximately 28 to 33 legions, each comprising approximately 5,000 heavy infantry soldiers, for a total legionary force of perhaps 150,000 to 175,000 men, supplemented by an approximately equal number of auxiliary troops drawn from the provinces. This force defended a frontier perimeter of approximately 5,000 kilometers and projected Roman power from Scotland to the Arabian Desert. The secret of the legion's effectiveness lay not in superior numbers. Rome's enemies frequently outnumbered Roman forces in individual engagements, but in its combination of rigorous training, flexible tactical organization, iron discipline, and extraordinary engineering capability. Roman legionaries were professional soldiers serving 20 to 25-year terms, paid regularly, trained constantly, and bound by an oath, the sacramentum, to the emperor and to their unit. Every night on campaign, a Roman army built a fortified camp complete with earthen ramparts, wooden palisades, ditches, and a standardized internal layout that allowed soldiers to navigate in complete darkness. This nightly construction discipline saved Roman armies on multiple occasions when enemies attacked overnight. The legion was organized into tactical subunits. The cohort of approximately 480 men, divided into 6 centuries of 80 soldiers each, commanded by centurions who were the professional backbone of the Roman military system. The centurion, typically a career soldier promoted from the ranks on the basis of merit, physically tough, deeply experienced, and invested with the practical authority to discipline and lead his men, was the most important human element that translated the theoretical power of the legion into battlefield reality. Roman soldiers were also engineers of extraordinary capability, trained to build bridges, roads, siege works, fortifications, and camps with a speed and competence that repeatedly astonished their enemies and gave Rome decisive advantages in campaigns that depended as much on logistics and construction as on fighting. Fact 14. Pompeii, the city that time froze. On the morning of August 24, 79 CE, though some modern scholars argue for an October date based on archaeological evidence of autumn produce and clothing found in the ruins, the people of Pompeii, a prosperous Roman town of approximately 11,000 to 20,000 inhabitants on the Bay of Naples in southern Italy, woke to a warm summer day with no reason to expect that it would be the last day of their city's existence. Mount Vesuvius, the mountain that rose above the town to the north, had been quiet for centuries, so quiet that its lower slopes were covered in vineyards and farms, and many of its inhabitants had no idea they were living beside one of the most dangerous volcanoes in the world. At approximately 1:00 in the afternoon, Vesuvius erupted with catastrophic violence. A column of volcanic material, pumice, ash, and gas, rose to an estimated height of 30 kilometers above the crater and began to rain down on Pompeii and the surrounding region. The pumice fall was survivable. Many of Pompeii's residents fled during this phase, but in the early hours of the following morning, the eruption column collapsed, sending superheated avalanches of ash, gas, and volcanic debris called pyroclastic surges racing down the slopes of Vesuvius at temperatures of 100 to 300 degrees Celsius and speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour. Nothing in their path could survive. Pompeii was buried under approximately 4 to 6 meters of volcanic material and was not rediscovered until the 18th century. What the excavators found when they began to dig was a city preserved in a moment of time. Its streets, its buildings, its paintings, its graffiti, its food, and most haunting of all, the shapes of its dead. The volcanic ash that buried Pompeii hardened around the bodies of those who died in the pyroclastic surge, and when the organic material of the bodies decayed, it left behind hollow molds in the rock. By pouring plaster into these molds, archaeologists have produced casts of the dead, the dog straining at its chain, the family huddled in a corner, the man who covered his face with his hands, frozen in the moments of their deaths nearly 2,000 years ago. Pompeii is the most extraordinary archaeological site in the Roman world, and it continues to yield new discoveries. Excavations in recent years have revealed new rooms, new paintings, new inscriptions, and new casts, including in 2020, the remains of a man who survived the initial eruption, only to be struck and crushed by a large stone block as he tried to escape. Fact 15. The Colosseum, an arena built on the blood of a conquered people. The Flavian amphitheater, known to history as the Colosseum, from the colossal statue of Nero that stood beside it, is the most iconic surviving monument of the Roman world, a structure so massive and so technically sophisticated that it stood as an engineering marvel for centuries and still defines the way the modern world imagines ancient Rome. It was built between 70 and 80 CE by the emperors Vespasian and Titus, financed largely by the spoils of the Jewish War, the Roman suppression of the Jewish revolt in Judea that culminated in the destruction of the Temple in Jerusalem in 70 CE, and the enslavement of tens of thousands of Jewish captives, many of whom were put to work on its construction. The Colosseum was, from its first stone, a monument built on conquest and suffering. The structure itself is extraordinary. Built on the filled-in site of Nero's artificial lake, the Colosseum measures 188 meters in length, 156 meters in width, and 48 meters in height, roughly the height of a modern 12-story building. Its elliptical arena floor, covered in sand to absorb blood, measured 83 by 48 meters. Beneath the arena was a complex network of underground passages and chambers, the hypogeum, where gladiators waited before their bouts. Wild animals were caged before being brought into the arena through trapdoors, and the elaborate machinery of the spectacles was operated. The seating capacity is estimated at between 50,000 and 80,000 spectators, arranged in tiers according to social class: senators at the ringside, common citizens in the upper tiers, women relegated to the highest and most distant seats. The spectacles held in the Colosseum, the munera, included gladiatorial combat, wild animal hunts called venations, public executions of criminals and enemies of the state, and in the early years, theatrical reenactments of mythological scenes that sometimes involved real deaths. The scale of the killing was enormous. Ancient sources record that 9,000 animals were killed in the 100 days of games that celebrated the Colosseum's opening, and the total number of humans and animals killed in the arena over the approximately 4 centuries of its active use has been estimated in the hundreds of thousands. The Colosseum was damaged by earthquakes in the 5th and 14th centuries, and much of its stone was quarried for building material during the medieval period, a fate that destroyed approximately 2/3 of the original structure. What remains is still one of the most visited monuments in the world. Fact 16. Roman slavery, the hidden foundation of the ancient world. The Roman economy, the Roman household, the Roman agricultural system, and the Roman state itself were built upon the institution of slavery, a dependence on enslaved labor so pervasive and so deep that it touched virtually every aspect of Roman life and shaped the society in ways that the Romans themselves rarely examined directly. At the height of the Roman Empire, an estimated 30 to 40% of the population of Italy may have been enslaved, a proportion comparable to the antebellum American South, and the total number of enslaved persons within the empire has been estimated at between 2 and 6 million individuals, perhaps 10 to 15% of the total imperial population. Roman slavery was not a racially defined institution in the way that American slavery was. Enslaved persons in Rome came from every region of the empire and beyond, including Gaul, Germany, Britain, Spain, Greece, Asia Minor, Egypt, Africa, and the Near East. The primary source of enslaved people was military conquest. Every major Roman war produced large numbers of captives who were sold into slavery, and the extraordinary scale of Roman military activity in the late Republic and early Empire meant that hundreds of thousands of people were enslaved in the space of a few decades. Caesar's conquest of Gaul alone was said to have produced 1 million enslaved persons. The experience of slavery in Rome varied enormously depending on the enslaved person's skills, circumstances, and the character of their owner. Educated Greek slaves were frequently employed as tutors, secretaries, and physicians in wealthy Roman households, exercising considerable influence and occasionally achieving freedom and prosperity after manumission. Agricultural slaves working in chain gangs on large estates, the latifundia, lived and died in conditions of brutal exploitation, worked to exhaustion and housed in barracks little better than prisons. The slave revolts of the late Republic, including the Great Rebellion led by Spartacus between 73 and 71 BCE, which at its height involved an estimated 70,000 to 120,000 enslaved people, and required the full military resources of Rome to testify to the desperation and organized resistance of people who refused to accept their condition passively. The institution of slavery pervaded Roman consciousness so thoroughly that even Roman philosophers who acknowledged its moral complexity, including the Stoic philosopher Seneca, who wrote extensively about the common humanity of enslaved and free persons, never questioned whether slavery itself should be abolished. Fact 17. Nero, Rome's most infamous emperor. Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, born 37 CE, died 68 CE, emperor from 54 to 68 CE, is the most infamous of all Roman emperors, a figure whose name has been synonymous with tyranny, artistic vanity, and murderous cruelty for 2,000 years. The historical reality of Nero is more complicated than the legend, and modern historians have devoted considerable effort to disentangling the man from the myth constructed around him by later ancient writers, particularly the senators and aristocrats whose class he persecuted, and who dominated the written record that has come down to us. But even allowing for hostile exaggeration, the record of Nero's reign contains enough genuine horror to justify his reputation as one of the most destructive rulers in Roman history. Nero came to power at the age of 16 with the support of his mother Agrippina the Younger, a woman of formidable intelligence and ambition who had married her own uncle, the Emperor Claudius, and secured Nero's adoption and succession through a combination of political maneuvering and, according to ancient tradition, the poisoning of Claudius himself with a dish of mushrooms. The early years of Nero's reign were considered relatively good by ancient standards. His government was guided by the philosopher Seneca and the Praetorian prefect Burrus, men of ability who moderated the young emperor's worst impulses. It was the later years that produced the horrors. Nero murdered his own mother in 59 CE, having first tried to kill her by sending her out to sea in a boat designed to collapse and sink. Then, when she swam ashore after the boat sank, sending assassins to finish the job. He executed his first wife Octavia on trumped-up charges of adultery in order to marry his mistress Poppaea, and later reportedly kicked Poppaea to death while she was pregnant. He executed Seneca, his former tutor and advisor, forcing him to open his veins in the manner of a philosopher. He executed his aunt, his stepbrother, and numerous other relatives and associates. Yet Nero was also, in the tradition of Roman emperors, lavish with public entertainments, genuinely passionate about music and theatrical performance, and sustained a base of popular support among the lower classes of Rome who benefited from his generosity and spectacles. When he died by suicide while fleeing the armies of the generals who had revolted against him, he reportedly whispered the words, "What an artist the world is losing." Fact 18. Women in Rome, hidden power in a man's world. Roman law and Roman custom confined women to a legal status of perpetual minority, denied them the right to vote or hold office, gave their fathers and husbands extensive legal authority over their persons and property, and excluded them from the public political life that Romans considered the highest expression of civic virtue. Roman literature, written almost entirely by men, frequently depicted women as either idealized models of domestic virtue and wifely loyalty, or as threats to social order through their sexuality and ambition. From the written record alone, it would be easy to conclude that Roman women were passive, confined, and powerless. The reality was considerably more complex. Wealthy Roman women of the upper classes often managed substantial property, conducted business transactions, corresponded with politicians and intellectuals, and exercised considerable informal influence over the men in their households and social networks. Livia Drusilla, the wife of Augustus, was widely understood to be one of the most powerful figures in the early empire. Augustus himself is reported to have consulted her on matters of policy, and her influence over the imperial succession was significant. Agrippina the Elder accompanied her husband on military campaigns and distributed food and clothing to troops from her own supplies, earning extraordinary popular affection and corresponding hostility from the Emperor Tiberius. Below the aristocratic elite, Roman women were active participants in the economic life of the city and the empire. Women ran shops, operated businesses, managed taverns and bakeries, worked as midwives, physicians, weavers, and traders, and left evidence of their economic activity throughout the archaeological record. The Vestal Virgins, the 6 priestesses dedicated to the goddess Vesta who maintained the sacred fire of Rome, were among the most legally powerful individuals in the entire Roman state, with rights to own property, make contracts, and give evidence in legal proceedings that no other Roman woman possessed. The voices of ordinary Roman women are largely lost to us, filtered through the writings of men, or preserved only in epitaphs, graffiti, and business documents. But enough survives to make clear that Roman women were not merely the passive objects of a patriarchal society. They were active agents working within and around the constraints that society imposed on them. Fact 19. Roman roads, the arteries of an empire. When the Roman Empire was at its height in the 2nd century CE, its road network extended to approximately 400,000 kilometers of roads, of which perhaps 80,000 to 85,000 kilometers were paved with stone, a network so extensive, so well engineered, and so durable that significant portions survived in use for more than 1,000 years after the fall of the Western Roman Empire. The routes of major Roman roads are still traceable in the alignments of modern highways across much of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. The Roman road was one of the most consequential technological achievements of the ancient world, a system that allowed armies to move with unprecedented speed, goods to travel cheaply across vast distances, and the idea of Rome itself to be physically inscribed on the landscape of half the known world. Roman road construction was a feat of engineering remarkable for its time. The most ambitious roads were built to a standard that involved careful surveying of the route, excavation of a trench to approximately 1 meter depth, the laying of successive layers of large stones, smaller rubble, gravel, and finally paved stone surface blocks, the cambering of the surface to drain rainwater to the sides, and the digging of drainage ditches along both edges. The finished road was typically between 4 and 6 meters wide enough for 2 carts to pass. Milestones, cylindrical stone markers inscribed with the distance to the nearest major city, were set at intervals of 1 Roman mile along every major road in the empire. The road network was supported by a system of way stations, the mansions, placed at approximately 1 day's journey apart along the major routes, providing accommodation, food, and fresh horses for official travelers and the imperial post, the cursus publicus. The cursus publicus could move official dispatches at speeds of 75 to 80 kilometers per day along the paved roads, a speed not consistently matched by any subsequent European communications system until the introduction of the electric telegraph in the 19th century. Information, orders, and troops could reach the farthest corners of the empire with a reliability that would have been impossible without the roads. The most famous of all Roman roads was the Via Appia, the Appian Way, begun in 312 BCE, and eventually extended to the port of Brindisi on the heel of Italy, a distance of approximately 570 kilometers. Its original paved sections between Rome and Capua are still visible today, worn smooth by 2,000 years of footsteps, a physical ghost of the empire that built them. Fact 20. Trajan's Column. Rome tells its own story in stone. In the Roman Forum of Trajan, completed in 112 CE by the Emperor Trajan to celebrate his two victorious campaigns against the Dacians of what is now Romania, there stands a column of white marble approximately 30 meters tall, its shaft wound from bottom to top by a continuous spiral frieze of carved relief sculpture depicting scenes from the two Dacian wars. This is Trajan's Column, one of the most extraordinary works of art and the most detailed visual narrative of ancient warfare that survives from the ancient world. From the moment of its completion, it has stood in the center of Rome, a testament to Roman military power, Roman artistic ambition, and the particular vision of history that the empire wished to preserve for posterity. The frieze of Trajan's Column, if unwound and laid flat, would measure approximately 200 meters in length and depicts approximately 2,500 individual human figures in approximately 155 distinct scenes. It shows Trajan himself presiding over councils of war, leading his troops across the Danube on bridges of boats, receiving embassies from defeated enemies, and sacrificing to the gods. It shows Roman legionaries building camps and fortifications, fighting in pitched battles, storming Dacian fortresses, and transporting supplies. It shows the Dacian enemy, men of a specific physical type, with distinctive clothing and weapons, depicted with a degree of individualism and dignity unusual in Roman victory art. The column served multiple purposes simultaneously. It was a memorial and a tomb. Trajan's ashes were reportedly placed in a chamber at the base after his death in 117 CE, making the column literally a monument built around the remains of the man it commemorated. It was a monument of triumph, a public declaration of Roman victory and Dacian defeat. And it was a visual record, a narrative frozen in stone that told the story of the wars in a form that could be read, with effort and the right vantage point from the surrounding libraries, by anyone who came to the forum. The column's survival is owing partly to the fact that it was converted into a Christian monument in the medieval period, with a statue of Saint Peter placed on top where the original statue of Trajan had stood. Its extraordinary state of preservation, the reliefs are still largely legible after nearly 2,000 years, makes it an unparalleled primary source for Roman military equipment, engineering techniques, and the visual vocabulary through which Rome represented its power to itself and to the world. Fact 21. The gladiators, condemned men who became gods. The gladiator, the armored fighter who entered the Roman arena to kill or be killed before tens of thousands of spectators, is one of the most iconic images of the ancient world and one of the most misunderstood. The popular imagination, shaped by centuries of literature and film, pictures the gladiator primarily as a slave condemned to death, fighting desperately for survival with no hope of escape. The reality was more complex, more ambiguous, and in some ways more disturbing. Gladiators were in many cases professional fighters who chose their profession voluntarily, who trained for years in specialized schools, who received medical care of a quality available to few other people in the Roman world, and who, if they survived, could achieve a fame and adulation from the Roman public comparable to the celebrity of modern sports stars. The gladiatorial profession was socially paradoxical in a way that fascinated the Romans themselves. Gladiators were legally infames, persons of degraded social status, placed in the same legal category as prostitutes and actors, and yet they were also objects of intense public fascination, admiration, and erotic interest. Graffiti from Pompeii praises specific gladiators as the delight and darling of their female admirers. Wealthy Romans had their portraits painted on the walls of their dining rooms alongside images of famous fighters. The philosopher Marcus Aurelius complained about colleagues who were so obsessed with gladiatorial games that they talked about nothing else. The variety of gladiatorial types was considerable: the heavily armored Samnite, the netan trident-wielding retiarius, the Threeks with his curved Seeker blade and small shield, the Murmillo with his fish-crested helmet, and bouts were typically arranged between fighters of contrasting types, pairing light and agile fighters against heavier, more protected opponents in combinations that created tactical variety and dramatic tension. Fights were not necessarily to the death. The crowd's response to a fighter's performance, and the editors, the magistrate or wealthy patron who was sponsoring the games, determined whether a defeated fighter lived or died. A fallen gladiator who had fought with courage and skill might be spared on the crowd's vote. One who had performed poorly or surrendered ignobly might be condemned. The most famous gladiator in history was Spartacus, a Thracian fighter who in 73 BCE led a revolt from the gladiatorial school at Capua that grew into the most serious slave rebellion in Roman history. Fact 22. Roman food, feasts, fish sauce, and the art of excess. The Roman relationship with food was, like so many aspects of Roman culture, characterized by extremes. The extraordinary frugality of the Roman soldier on campaign, eating his daily ration of grain, salt, and olive oil with minimal variation, existed alongside the legendary excess of the Roman aristocratic banquet, at which dishes of extraordinary elaborateness and expense were served in courses that could last for hours, accompanied by wines from the finest vineyards of Italy and Greece. Roman food culture was a theater of social performance, a medium through which wealth, taste, cultural sophistication, and generosity, or their absence, were displayed and judged by one's peers. The foundation of Roman cuisine for all social classes was grain, primarily wheat and emmer, prepared as bread, porridge, or flat cakes. Olive oil, wine, and garum, the pungent fermented fish sauce that was the ubiquitous condiment and flavoring agent of Roman cooking, were the other universal staples, present in every Roman kitchen from the simplest plebeian apartment to the most elaborate aristocratic villa. Garum was produced in enormous quantities throughout the Roman world, particularly in the coastal towns of Spain and North Africa, and traded across the entire empire in distinctive ceramic amphoras, whose remains archaeologists used to trace the commercial networks of the Roman world. The aristocratic Roman banquet, the cena, was a carefully choreographed social event with its own complex protocols of invitation, seating, service, and conversation. Guests reclined on couches around a central table. The Romans ate lying down rather than sitting upright, and were served a progression of courses that began with appetizers called the gustatio, continued through the main courses or mensae primi, and concluded with desserts, fruits, and sweetmeats. The most extreme examples of aristocratic dining excess became legendary. The Emperor Vitellius was said to have served a dish he called the Shield of Minerva, containing pike livers, pheasant brains, peacock brains, flamingo tongues, and lamprey milt gathered from the far corners of the empire. The Roman poor ate a very different diet: bread, olives, beans, cheap wine, and occasional small amounts of fish or meat, purchased largely from the Thermopolia, the street food stalls that lined the streets of every Roman city, whose counters with their built-in ceramic containers for keeping food warm are still visible in Pompeii and Herculaneum today. Fact 23. Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor. Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, emperor from 161 to 180 CE, Stoic philosopher and author of the Meditations, a private journal of philosophical self-examination that has been read without interruption since its composition nearly 2,000 years ago, is perhaps the most admired of all the Roman emperors. A man who seems to have genuinely tried to live according to the demanding moral principles of Stoic philosophy, even while wielding the most comprehensive temporal power in the ancient world. He was, in the famous formulation of Plato, the nearest thing the ancient world produced to a philosopher king, a ruler who held power not because he craved it, but because it was assigned to him, and who used it with a consciousness of its dangers that his contemporaries and successors rarely matched. Marcus became emperor somewhat reluctantly, co-ruling first with his adoptive brother Lucius Verus, and then, after Verus's death in 169 CE, ruling alone. His reign was dominated not by the philosophical tranquility he might have preferred, but by almost continuous military crisis. The Parthian Empire to the east launched a major invasion shortly after his accession. The troops who returned from the successful Roman counteroffensive brought with them the Antonine Plague, probably smallpox, which swept through the empire for nearly 15 years and may have killed 5 million people. On the northern frontier, Germanic peoples broke through the Danube frontier in 167 CE, and for the first time in centuries penetrated deep into Italy itself, sacking Aquileia and advancing toward Rome. Marcus spent approximately 12 of his 19 years as emperor on military campaign, and it was during these campaigns, in his tent at night after the business of war and governance was done, that he wrote the notes to himself that would become the Meditations. The work is not a philosophical treatise, but a series of private reflections, reminders to himself of his philosophical duties, meditations on impermanence and the triviality of worldly ambition, arguments against anger and for equanimity. He wrote for no reader but himself, and the work's survival is in some ways accidental. Yet it has never been out of print, speaking to readers in every century with a directness and honesty that formal philosophical works rarely achieve. He died in 180 CE on the northern frontier, and was succeeded by his son Commodus, whose disastrous reign began the slow unraveling of the stable empire his father had spent his life defending. Fact 24. Roman architecture, engineering as power. The Romans did not invent the arch, the vault, or the dome. All of these structural forms were known to earlier civilizations, but they developed them to a scale and sophistication that no previous culture had achieved, and used them to create buildings of such size, complexity, and engineering ambition that many of them still stand today, nearly 2,000 years after their construction. As functioning structures or as ruins of such grandeur that they define the physical landscapes of the cities built upon them. Roman architecture was not merely engineering, it was the physical expression of Roman power, Roman civic values, and the Roman understanding of the relationship between the state and its citizens. The fundamental innovation that made Roman monumental architecture possible was the development of opus caementitium, Roman concrete, a mixture of lime mortar, water, and volcanic aggregate that produced a hydraulic concrete stronger than the stone it was mixed with. Roman concrete could be poured into molds of almost any shape, allowing the construction of curved surfaces, complex vaults, and large spans that would have been impossible in cut stone alone. The Pantheon in Rome, completed by the Emperor Hadrian around 125 CE, and still the best-preserved ancient building in the world, has a concrete dome 43 meters in diameter, whose span was not surpassed until the dome of St. Peter's Basilica was completed in 1590. Roman public architecture served a deliberate social function. The great baths, the thermae, that every major Roman city possessed were not merely places to wash but vast public leisure complexes, free or nearly free to all citizens, containing exercise halls, gardens, libraries, lecture rooms, and multiple pools at different temperatures, decorated with mosaics, sculptures, and painted walls of a quality that in private hands would have been accessible only to the wealthiest aristocrats. The provision of magnificent public space for all citizens was a deliberate political act, a physical embodiment of the emperor's relationship with the people. The aqueducts that supplied Roman cities with fresh water, carrying it from distant mountain springs across valleys on arched stone bridges, and through tunnels cut through hillsides, represent perhaps the most consequential Roman engineering achievement, delivering water to cities at a per capita daily volume not matched again in Europe until the 19th century. Fact 25. The Roman gods, a religion of negotiation and performance. Roman religion was not, in the way that modern monotheistic religions are, primarily concerned with personal belief, spiritual transformation, or the inner life of the individual believer. It was primarily a set of public rituals, civic obligations, and contractual relationships between the Roman community and the divine powers that govern the world, relationships maintained through the correct performance of prescribed ceremonies, sacrifices, and prayers, and threatened by their neglect or incorrect execution. The Roman gods did not demand faith or love, they demanded proper ritual performance, and in return they provided divine favor, military victory, good harvests, and the continued prosperity of the Roman state. The Roman pantheon was large, inclusive, and constantly expanding. At its core were the gods inherited from Rome's Latin and Etruscan ancestors: Jupiter, the king of the gods and protector of Rome; Juno, his consort and the patron of women; Mars, the god of war and the divine father of Romulus; Venus, goddess of love and mother of Aeneas, the mythical Trojan ancestor of the Roman people; Minerva, goddess of wisdom and craft; Mercury, the messenger; Neptune, god of the sea, and the rest of the Olympian family. But the Romans were remarkably receptive to the gods of the peoples they conquered, frequently assimilating foreign deities into their pantheon through the practice of interpretatio Romana, identifying foreign gods with Roman equivalents and incorporating their cults. The priesthoods that maintained Roman public religion were civic offices held by members of the political elite, not a separate professional class of religious specialists in the way that Christian priests would later be. The great priestly colleges, the pontifices, the augurs, the flamines, were staffed by senators and magistrates who combined their religious duties with their political careers. The most important religious official in the Roman state was the Pontifex Maximus, the chief priest, an office whose combination of religious authority and political prestige eventually attracted the attention of Julius Caesar, who was elected to it in 63 BCE, and which Augustus subsequently attached permanently to the imperial office. Roman religion was also deeply concerned with divination. The reading of divine will through the examination of the entrails of sacrificed animals, the observation of the flights of birds, and the interpretation of unusual natural phenomena, which played a significant role in Roman public decision-making throughout the Republic and early Empire. Fact 26. Hadrian's Wall, the edge of the world. In 122 CE, the Emperor Hadrian arrived in the province of Britannia and ordered the construction of a wall across the width of the island, from the Solway Firth in the west to the mouth of the River Tyne in the east, a distance of approximately 118 kilometers. This wall, Hadrian's Wall, was the most ambitious construction project in the history of Roman Britain, built over approximately 6 years by the 3 legions stationed in the province and garrisoned by auxiliary troops from across the empire for the roughly 3 centuries that Rome maintained its presence in northern England. Today it is the best preserved section of the Roman Empire's northern frontier, a physical line still visible across the moorland of northern England. The wall was built primarily of stone in its eastern 2/3 and turf in the west, standing approximately 4 to 6 meters high and 2.5 to 3 meters wide. Every Roman mile along its length stood a small fortified gateway, a mile castle capable of controlling movement through the wall and housing a small garrison. Between each pair of mile cases stood 2 watchtowers, providing continuous observation of both the northern and southern approaches. At intervals of approximately 5 to 8 Roman miles stood full-scale forts, house-steads, chesters, vindolanda, each garrisoning several hundred to over 1,000 auxiliary soldiers from provinces as distant as Syria, Spain, and the Rhine Delta. The precise purpose of Hadrian's Wall has been debated by historians for centuries. It was not designed to prevent all movement between north and south. The mile castle gates provided controlled points of passage, and considerable evidence of trade and movement across the wall exists in the archaeological record. Its purpose was more likely a combination of customs control, symbolic demarcation of Roman territory, and the ability to concentrate a military response at known crossing points, rather than attempting to defend an entirely open frontier against fast-moving raiders from the north. The most extraordinary evidence from the wall comes not from the stone itself, but from the wooden writing tablets discovered at Vindolanda, a fort just south of the wall line, which preserve an intimate snapshot of frontier life. Requests for supplies, complaints about the cold and wet of the northern climate, birthday party invitations, and the only known ancient reference to the Britunculi, the Little Britons, a term used by Roman soldiers to describe the local population with an unmistakable air of condescension. Fact 27. Roman entertainment, bread and circuses. The Roman satirist Juvenal, writing in the late 1st and early 2nd century CE, famously complained that the Roman people, who had once elected magistrates, commanded armies, and directed the fate of nations, had surrendered all political ambition in exchange for just 2 things: panem et circenses, bread and circuses. The phrase has survived as a diagnosis of political passivity and the manipulation of populations through material provision and spectacular entertainment, and it captures something real about the cultural logic of the Roman imperial system, which invested enormous resources in the provision of free or heavily subsidized food and the staging of public spectacles of a scale and variety the ancient world had never seen and would not see again. The Circus Maximus, the great chariot racing stadium in the valley between the Palatine and Aventine hills in Rome, was the largest entertainment venue the ancient world ever produced, capable of holding an estimated 150,000 to 250,000 spectators. Chariot racing was Rome's most popular spectator sport by a considerable margin, more widely attended than gladiatorial games, and more intensely followed across all social classes. The racing teams, identified by their colors, the blues, the greens, the reds, and the whites, had fanatical supporters whose loyalty crossed all boundaries of class and geography. The emperor himself was not immune. Caligula was so devoted to the green faction that he reportedly slept in their stables and fed his favorite horse Incitatus from a golden manger, and once considered appointing the horse to the consulship. Chariot racing was extraordinarily dangerous. The charioteers, typically young men of low social status, frequently slaves or freedmen who trained from childhood, raced light, 2-wheeled vehicles around a central barrier in circuits of 7 laps, and tied the reins of their 4-horse teams around their bodies. In a crash, and crashes were frequent and deliberately engineered by rival teams, a charioteer who could not cut himself free from his reins was dragged and trampled to death beneath the horses and wheels of following teams. The crowd roared for both the skill and the danger. Successful charioteers who survived long enough could accumulate extraordinary fame and wealth. Gaius Appuleius Diocles, who raced in the 2nd century CE, reportedly earned the equivalent of approximately $15 billion modern dollars over the course of his career, making him arguably the highest paid athlete in the history of sports. Fact 28. The Roman economy, trade at the scale of a world. The Roman Empire at its height was home to the most extensive and integrated market economy the ancient world had ever produced, a commercial system linking the Atlantic coast of Spain to the Indian Ocean trade routes, moving goods across thousands of kilometers through a network of roads, rivers, and sea lanes, underpinned by a common currency, a relatively uniform legal system, and the infrastructure of empire. The scale of Roman commerce is visible in the archaeological record, in a way that no literary source could fully convey. In the mountain of broken ceramic amphoras, the Monte Testaccio in Rome, that is the accumulated discard of approximately 53 million amphoras of olive oil shipped from southern Spain to Rome over the course of approximately 2 centuries, a physical monument to the volume of trade that sustained the city. The Roman economy was primarily agricultural. The vast majority of the empire's population farmed the land and consumed most of what they produced locally, but superimposed on this agricultural base was a sophisticated commercial sector that moved luxury goods, raw materials, and staple commodities across the empire on a scale that would not be matched in Europe until the early modern period. Spanish silver, Egyptian grain, Syrian purple dye, German amber, British tin, North African olive oil, Gallic wine, Arabian incense, Indian spices, Chinese silk, all moved through the Roman commercial system in quantities that modern archaeology continues to document and revise upward. The Roman monetary system, based on the gold aureus, the silver denarius, and bronze sestertii and other small denominations, provided the medium of exchange that made long-distance commerce possible, and the relative stability of the currency during the Pax Romana supported the expansion of trade. The debasement of the silver coinage that began in earnest in the 3rd century CE, as emperors facing military emergencies reduced the silver content of the denarius to fund their armies, had devastating consequences for trade and the broader economy, contributing to the economic disruption of the crisis of the 3rd century. The Roman world also had sophisticated financial instruments beyond simple coinage, bills of exchange, maritime loans that spread the risk of sea voyages among multiple investors, and banking institutions that could transfer funds between different cities without the physical movement of coin. Fact 29, the crisis of the 3rd century, when Rome nearly fell. Between 235 and 284 CE, a period of approximately 50 years that historians call the crisis of the 3rd century, the Roman Empire came closer to total collapse than at any point in its history before the eventual fall of the Western Empire in the 5th century. In those 50 years, the empire had approximately 50 different emperors, of whom the vast majority were soldiers acclaimed by their own troops and died violently, killed by their own soldiers, by rival claimants, or in battle against internal or external enemies. The empire fragmented into 3 separate political entities for a period in the 260s and 270s. The frontiers were breached simultaneously by the Germanic tribes in the north and the resurgent Persian Empire under the Sassanid dynasty in the east. Cities throughout the empire built or rebuilt defensive walls for the first time in centuries. The crisis had multiple causes that fed on each other in a vicious cycle. The political problem, the absence of any legitimate mechanism for imperial succession, had been present throughout the empire's history, but had been managed during the Pax Romana by the device of adoption, by which each emperor chose his most capable successor rather than relying on hereditary transmission of power. When Marcus Aurelius broke this tradition by naming his biological son Commodus as his successor, he bequeathed to the empire a catastrophically bad emperor whose murder in 192 CE opened the first major succession crisis since the end of the civil wars that had brought Augustus to power. The military crisis was compounded by the Antonine Plague, and subsequently by the plague of Cyprian epidemic diseases that swept through the empire in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, killing substantial portions of the population and disrupting the agricultural and military labor that kept the empire functioning. The fiscal crisis that resulted from the need to pay ever larger armies with a shrinking tax base drove the debasement of the coinage, which triggered inflation, which further disrupted trade and agriculture. The empire survived this crisis through the efforts of a series of remarkable soldier emperors, Claudius Gothicus, Aurelian, Probus, and ultimately Diocletian, who reunified the empire militarily and set in motion the administrative and military reforms that would allow it to persist for another 2 centuries in the west and over a full millennium in the east. Rome had stared into the abyss and stepped back. Fact 30, Constantine and Christianity, the empire turns to a new god. On the morning before the Battle of Milvian Bridge on October 28, 312 CE, the Emperor Constantine, one of 4 men simultaneously claiming the title of emperor in the last and most violent of Rome's succession crises, is said to have seen a vision in the sky, a cross of light above the sun, with the words in hoc signo vinces, "In this sign you will conquer." That night, according to the later account of the Christian bishop Eusebius, Christ appeared to Constantine in a dream and commanded him to make the sign of the cross the emblem of his army. Constantine ordered the Chi symbol, the first two letters of Christ's name in Greek, to be painted on his soldiers' shields, and at the Battle of Milvian Bridge, he defeated his rival Maxentius, who drowned in the Tiber River and became the sole ruler of the Western Roman Empire. Whether or not Constantine had a genuine religious experience, a question that historians debate and cannot resolve, the political consequences of his apparent conversion to Christianity transformed the history of the Roman Empire and of the Western world. In 313 CE, Constantine and his co-emperor Licinius issued the Edict of Milan, which granted religious tolerance throughout the empire and ended the persecution of Christians that had been intermittent Roman policy since the time of Nero. Constantine subsequently favored Christians in the appointment of officials, funded the construction of churches, intervened personally in theological controversies, and summoned the Council of Nicaea in 325 CE to resolve the Arian controversy, the dispute over whether Christ was of the same substance as God the Father or merely similar substance. Constantine's conversion did not immediately make Christianity the official religion of the empire. That step would not be taken until the reign of Theodosius I in 380 CE, but it set the empire on a trajectory that would eventually transform a small persecuted sect into the dominant religious institution of European civilization for the next 15 centuries and beyond. The empire that Augustus had built on the foundations of traditional Roman religion was now the patron and protector of a faith that claimed universal truth and demanded exclusive loyalty, a combination with profound and unpredictable consequences for the Roman world. Constantine also founded a new capital for the empire, Constantinople, on the site of the old Greek city of Byzantium at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, which would serve as the center of the Eastern Roman Empire for over 1,000 years after the fall of the West. Fact 31. The fall of the Western Empire, not a crash but a long unraveling. The fall of the Western Roman Empire is one of the most written about events in the history of human civilization. A collapse so dramatic and so consequential that it has generated more scholarly debate, more competing theories, and more popular fascination than almost any other event in the ancient world. And yet the event itself, when examined closely, is somewhat elusive. There was no single catastrophic moment, no day on which Rome fell, no morning on which an empire went to sleep, and a dark age woke up in its place. What happened was more gradual, more complicated, and in some ways more melancholy than a dramatic collapse. A slow unraveling of the administrative, military, and economic systems that had held the empire together, spread across more than a century, punctuated by episodes of violent disruption and equally by long periods of apparent stability. The conventional date for the fall of the Western Roman Empire is 476 CE, the year in which the Germanic chieftain Odoacer deposed the last Western emperor, the teenager Romulus Augustulus, and sent his imperial regalia to the Eastern emperor in Constantinople. But Romulus Augustulus was a puppet ruler in a rump state controlling little more than Italy, and his deposition changed almost nothing in the real distribution of power in the Western Mediterranean, which had already been parceled out among various Germanic kingdoms for decades. The Visigoths had settled in southwestern Gaul and Spain. The Vandals controlled North Africa. The Franks were expanding in northern Gaul. The effective Roman Empire in the West had already ended years before 476. The causes of the fall have been debated since the ancient world itself. Edward Gibbon famously blamed Christianity for sapping the martial virtues of the Romans and directing men's energies toward the next world rather than the defense of this one. Modern historians have proposed an enormous range of contributing factors: climate change, epidemic disease, the debasement of the currency, the increasing reliance on barbarian troops, the failure of the agricultural economy, the structural impossibility of defending a perimeter thousands of kilometers long with the resources available. The truth is probably that the fall of the Western Roman Empire had no single cause, but was the cumulative result of many interacting pressures that gradually exceeded the capacity of the imperial system to absorb them, a civilization that consumed itself slowly, then all at once. Fact 32. The Visigoths sack Rome, the day the Eternal City fell. On August 24, 410 CE, exactly 800 years, by some reckonings, after the Gallic sack of 390 BCE, the Visigoth king Alaric led his army through the Salarian Gate into the city of Rome and sacked it for 3 days. It was the first time in 800 years that a foreign enemy had entered and plundered the city of Rome, and the psychological shock it sent through the Roman world was enormous, not because of the physical damage, which was real but not catastrophic, but because of what it meant symbolically. The city that had called itself eternal, the city that had defined itself as the center of the world and the mistress of nations, had been entered and pillaged by a barbarian army. The unthinkable had happened. Alaric's path to the gates of Rome was not a simple story of barbarian aggression. The Visigoths had been settled within the Roman Empire for decades, refugees from the advance of the Hunnic Confederation in the eastern steppes, who had been permitted to cross the Danube in 376 CE and settle in the Balkans as Roman foederati, allied troops who fought for Rome in exchange for land and payment. The arrangement had broken down almost immediately, as corrupt Roman officials cheated the Visigoth settlers and the promised payments failed to arrive. The Visigoths rose in rebellion and defeated and killed the Eastern Emperor Valens at the Battle of Adrianople in 378 CE, a catastrophic Roman defeat that changed the empire's relationship with its barbarian federates forever. Alaric had spent years trying to negotiate with the Western imperial government for an official Roman military command and regular payment for his troops, the same arrangement that many other barbarian leaders had successfully obtained. The Western government repeatedly negotiated and then reneged, offered and then withdrew. When Alaric's final ultimatum was refused, he had no remaining option but to take by force what he had been unable to obtain by negotiation. The sack of Rome in 410 was followed by more political fragmentation, but also by a remarkable moment of cultural reflection. The Christian philosopher Augustine of Hippo began writing The City of God in direct response, arguing that the true eternal city was not Rome, but the heavenly city of God, a work that would shape Western Christian thought for a millennium. The sack itself lasted only 3 days, and the physical damage was less complete than the sack of 390 BCE, but the psychological wound was permanent. A world had ended, even if the empire itself stumbled forward for another 66 years before the last emperor was deposed. Fact 33. Roman law, the empire's most enduring legacy. Of all the contributions that Rome made to subsequent civilization, its roads, its architecture, its literature, its language, its engineering, perhaps none has been more durable or more consequential than Roman law. The legal system that Rome developed over approximately 1,000 years, from the 12 tables of 450 BCE through the great jurisprudential writings of the classical period, and culminating in the codification ordered by the Eastern Emperor Justinian in the 6th century CE, became the foundation on which the legal systems of most of continental Europe, Latin America, and much of the rest of the world were eventually built. When modern legal systems speak of contracts, property rights, criminal procedure, inheritance, and the rights of persons, they are speaking in the language of Roman law. The development of Roman law was not a planned or systematic process, but the gradual accumulation of decisions, interpretations, and theoretical elaborations produced by generations of jurists, legal scholars who combined the practical skills of advocates and advisors with the theoretical ambition of philosophers. The great jurists of the classical period, Papinian, Ulpian, Gaius, Modestinus, Paulus, whose writings were considered so authoritative that the Emperor Valentinian III decreed in 426 CE that the opinions of these 5 jurists had the force of law, created a body of legal reasoning of extraordinary sophistication that addressed virtually every type of dispute a complex commercial society could generate. One of the most influential concepts in Roman law was the distinction between ius civil, the law applying specifically to Roman citizens, and ius gentium, the law of peoples, a body of principles derived from reason and common to all civilized peoples regardless of citizenship. This concept of a natural law, applicable to all human beings regardless of political status, eventually blended with Stoic philosophical ideas about the equality of all rational beings, providing an intellectual foundation for later theories of natural rights and universal human dignity. The Corpus Juris Civilis, the great compilation of Roman law completed in 534 CE, became the basis for the legal revival of the 11th and 12th centuries, when the rediscovery of Roman law at the University of Bologna sparked a transformation of European legal education and practice that shaped the civil law tradition still governing the majority of the world's legal systems today. Fact 34. Life in a Roman city, noise, crowds, and running water. The experience of living in a Roman city, particularly in Rome itself, the largest city in the ancient Western world, with a population estimated at somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million people at its height, was in many ways strikingly similar to the experience of living in a modern metropolis, and in other ways profoundly alien. Roman cities were dense, noisy, crowded, cosmopolitan, and socially complex in ways that would have been incomprehensible to people from the rural world that surrounded them. And they offered amenities: running water, public baths, organized markets, public entertainment, paved streets, and a diversity of food and goods from across the known world that were unavailable anywhere else in the ancient world. The typical Roman urban dwelling for the majority of the population was not the elegant townhouse or grand villa familiar from archaeological sites and popular culture, but the insula, the apartment block, typically 4 to 7 stories tall, built of brick or timber frame construction, housing dozens of families in rooms that might be as small as a single chamber shared by an entire family. The upper floors of an insula were cheapest and most dangerous, furthest from the street, most likely to burn or collapse, lacking the running water available at the street level, and they were occupied by the poorest residents. The ground floor might contain shops, taverns, or workshops that backed onto the street, creating the dense commercial streetscape visible in the excavated remains of Pompeii and Ostia. Street life in Rome was constant and overwhelming. The city was divided into 14 administrative regions and 265 vici neighborhoods, each with its own character, its own patron gods, its own informal social hierarchies. Julius Caesar had banned wheeled vehicles from the city streets during daylight hours because the traffic had become completely unmanageable, so the city was supplied at night by the rumbling of ox carts and delivery wagons that kept light sleepers awake throughout the hours of darkness. The philosopher Juvenal complained about Rome's noise, its crowds, its falling roof tiles, its street crime, and the difficulty of getting any sleep. Beneath the streets, the Cloaca Maxima, the Great Sewer, begun in the era of the kings and expanded over centuries, drained the city's waste into the Tiber, giving Rome a basic sanitation infrastructure that most European cities would not match until the 19th century. Fact 35. The Roman army's final centuries, barbarians in Roman armor. In the final centuries of the Western Roman Empire, the Roman army underwent a transformation so profound that the institution defending the frontiers in 400 CE bore only a superficial resemblance to the legionary force that had conquered Gaul and defeated Hannibal. The professional, citizen-based legions of the Republic and early Empire had been gradually replaced by an army increasingly composed of Germanic, Hunnic, and other non-Roman warriors fighting under Roman commanders, whose loyalty was to their commanders and their pay rather than to the abstract idea of Rome, and whose military culture and social values were shaped entirely by the barbarian world from which they had come. The transformation had begun gradually and for understandable reasons. The demographic catastrophes of the 2nd and 3rd centuries, the Antonine Plague, the Plague of Cyprian, the constant wars of the crisis of the 3rd century, had reduced the pool of Roman citizens available for military service, and the economic disruption of those same centuries made the financial terms of service less attractive. The emperors of the late 3rd and 4th centuries found it both cheaper and more effective to hire barbarian warriors, Franks, Alemanni, Goths, Vandals, Huns, who came with their own weapons, their own fighting skills, and their own internal discipline, requiring less investment in training and equipment than legionary soldiers had demanded. The most successful of these barbarian commanders rose to the highest positions in the Roman military hierarchy. Stilicho, half Vandal by birth, commander of all Roman forces in the west under the Emperor Honorius, the man who defeated Alaric's first 2 invasions of Italy, was perhaps the most powerful individual in the Western Empire in the first decade of the 5th century. His execution in 408 CE, on charges of treasonous negotiation with the Visigoths, removed the most capable defender the Western Empire had, and opened the way for Alaric's successful sack of Rome 2 years later. The relationship between the Roman state and the barbarian warriors it employed was ultimately a relationship of mutual dependence that Rome never found a satisfactory way to manage, too suspicious to fully incorporate and reward the barbarians, too militarily dependent on them to exclude them. It was a contradiction at the heart of the late empire. In the end, the army that had built Rome became the instrument of its dissolution, the soldiers of the empire becoming, almost imperceptibly, its replacements. Fact 36. Roman literature, voices across 2,000 years. The literature of ancient Rome, poetry, history, philosophy, oratory, comedy, epic, is one of the great bodies of writing in human history, and unlike most of what the ancient world produced, a significant portion of it has survived the wreck of the Western Empire, the medieval centuries of selective copying and occasional neglect, and the accidents of time and circumstance to reach us, still readable and still alive in the original Latin. The works of Virgil, Ovid, Horace, Cicero, Caesar, Tacitus, Livy, Juvenal, Catullus, Lucretius, Seneca, and Pliny the Younger, to name only the most celebrated, represent a literary tradition of extraordinary range and ambition, one that has shaped the literature, the rhetoric, the philosophy, and the political thought of Western civilization for 2,000 years. Virgil's Aeneid, the great national epic commissioned by Augustus and composed between 29 and 19 BCE, telling the story of Aeneas, the Trojan hero who survived the fall of Troy and traveled to Italy to found the people who would eventually become the Romans, stands at the center of the Roman literary tradition in the way that Homer's Iliad and Odyssey stand at the center of the Greek. It is a poem of empire and duty, of the costs of founding a civilization and the grief that the march of history inevitably produces, a work whose emotional complexity and literary sophistication have made it one of the most studied and most debated texts in the history of Western literature. Ovid's Metamorphoses, a collection of mythological transformation stories composed around 8 CE, is probably the ancient text most widely read, quoted, and imitated in Western literature from the medieval period to the present, providing artists, writers, and composers with an inexhaustible treasury of stories about transformation, desire, power, and identity. Ovid himself was exiled by Augustus to the Black Sea coast. For a poem and a mistake, he said, without further explanation, and he spent the last decade of his life writing poetry of exile and longing that represents perhaps the most personally immediate writing in the entire Latin corpus. Tacitus, writing in the early 2nd century CE, produced in his Annals and Histories a vision of the Roman imperial system, its corruption, its paranoia, its casual cruelty, and its occasional moments of heroism and dignity, that remains the most powerful literary indictment of autocratic government produced by any writer in the ancient world. Fact 37, the Huns, the storm from the east that changed everything. The Hunnic Confederation that erupted into the Western consciousness in the late 4th century CE was, to the Romans and to the Germanic peoples who fled before it, something qualitatively different from the barbarian pressures they had dealt with before, a nomadic force of extraordinary military effectiveness, whose horse archers could strike and dissolve before infantry formations could engage them, whose mobility allowed them to appear simultaneously in multiple places, and whose capacity for organized destruction on a massive scale was unlike anything the settled peoples of Europe and the Western steppes had previously experienced. The arrival of the Huns in the region north of the Black Sea in the 370s CE set in motion a cascade of displacement, the Ostrogoths crushed, the Visigoths fleeing across the Danube into Roman territory, that ultimately contributed more to the fall of the Western Roman Empire than any direct Hunnic attack on Rome itself. The Huns themselves remain poorly understood because they left no written records and are known only through the hostile eyes of their enemies. The Roman diplomat Priscus, who visited the court of Attila in 449 CE and left a detailed account of what he saw, provides the most valuable contemporary description. A court that combined the trappings of Roman civilization. Gothic carpenters had built Attila a wooden palace, Roman craftsmen supplied luxury goods, Roman diplomats attended his feasts, with the cultural practices of the steppe, where wealth was displayed in gold ornaments and horses rather than in stone buildings. Attila, who ruled the Hunnic Empire from approximately 434 to 453 CE, having murdered his brother and co-ruler Bleda to become sole king, was the most feared man in the Western world during his lifetime, styled by contemporaries as the scourge of God. He ravaged the Balkans repeatedly, extorted enormous tribute payments from the Eastern Emperor, invaded Gaul in 451 CE, and was defeated at the Battle of the Catalonian Plains in one of the last significant military victories of the Western Roman state, and invaded Italy in 452 CE, sacking Aquileia and advancing to the Po Valley before turning back, reportedly persuaded by Pope Leo I, though more likely by plague in his army and the approach of Eastern Roman forces. Attila died in 453 CE on the night of his marriage to a new wife from a nosebleed, according to most ancient accounts, and the Hunnic Empire dissolved almost immediately into the competing ambitions of his sons. Fact 38, Roman medicine, science and superstition at the cutting edge. Roman medicine occupied a fascinating and sometimes contradictory space between the empirical tradition of Greek scientific medicine, inherited primarily from the works of Hippocrates and his school, and the older Roman tradition of religious healing, folk remedies, and the invocation of divine powers for protection against disease and injury. At its best, Roman medicine was among the most sophisticated medical practice in the ancient world. Roman military surgeons performed cataract surgery, battlefield amputations, trepanation of the skull, and the surgical treatment of wounds with instruments and techniques that would not be substantially improved upon for over 1,000 years. At its less than best, Roman medicine involved a bewildering variety of herbal remedies of dubious efficacy, magical incantations, and the prescription of preparations containing substances, including crocodile dung, human urine, and crushed insects, that could do more harm than good. The dominant figure in Roman medical history is Galen of Pergamon, born around 129 CE, died around 216 CE, whose prolific writings on anatomy, physiology, pharmacology, and medical theory dominated European medical education from the Roman period until the scientific revolution of the 16th and 17th centuries. Galen's theoretical framework, based on the Hippocratic doctrine of the four humours, blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, and his detailed, if sometimes inaccurate, anatomical descriptions derived from the dissection of animals, provided the conceptual foundation for European medicine for approximately 1,400 years. His authority was so great that medieval European physicians, who discovered discrepancies between Galen's descriptions and actual human anatomy, frequently attributed the discrepancy to changes in human bodies since Galen's time rather than to errors in Galen himself. Roman military medicine was in many respects the most practically effective branch of the tradition. The Roman legionary hospital, the valetudinarium, was a standard feature of permanent legionary fortresses, providing systematic medical care for wounded soldiers at a quality that was not simply the pragmatic response to military needs, but reflected a genuine understanding of the value of keeping trained soldiers alive and functional. Military surgeons accompanied Roman armies on campaign, and the range of surgical instruments found at Roman military sites suggests a level of operative surgical capability well in advance of what was available in most of the ancient world. Fact 39. Roman education: how the empire trained its mind. Education in the Roman world was not a public institution in the modern sense. There was no universal state-funded schooling system, no mandatory attendance, and no curriculum enforced by law across the empire. Roman education was a private affair, shaped by the resources of individual families, the ambitions of parents for their children, and the availability of teachers in a given community. And yet, across the vast extent of the empire, from Britain to Egypt, a recognizable educational tradition existed, one that moved children through a sequence of progressively more demanding stages of literary, rhetorical, and philosophical training, producing at its most ambitious end the educated orator and civic leader who embodied the Roman ideal of the verb bonus dicendi peritus, the good man skilled in speaking. The first stage of Roman education was the literator or ludus, the elementary school, typically held in rented rooms under colonnade or even in the open air of the forum, where children from approximately 6 or 7 years of age learned to read and write Latin and sometimes Greek, to calculate with Roman numerals, and to memorize the basic texts of the literary tradition, beginning with the 12 tables and progressing to passages from Virgil and other canonical authors. The conditions were Spartan, the teaching methods heavily reliant on memorization and repetition, and corporal punishment was an accepted and expected part of the educational experience. The second stage was the Grammaticus, the grammar school, attended by children of the wealthier classes from approximately 12 years of age, where the emphasis shifted to the detailed study of literary texts, particularly Virgil's Aeneid among the Latin authors and Homer among the Greek, with careful attention to language, meter, mythology, history, and the moral lessons embedded in the literary tradition. A Roman boy who completed his education with the Grammaticus emerged with a detailed knowledge of the canonical texts of Greek and Latin literature, and the beginning of the rhetorical skills that would be developed in the final stage. The highest stage of Roman education was the Rhetor, the school of rhetoric, attended by the sons of the elite from approximately 16 years of age, where students learn the theory and practice of public speaking, the construction of legal and deliberative arguments, and the declamation exercises that rehearse the skills needed for political and legal life. Fact 40. The Eastern Roman Empire, Rome's thousand-year continuation. When the Western Roman Empire ended in 476 CE with the deposition of Romulus Augustulus, the Eastern Roman Empire, centered on Constantinople, speaking Greek rather than Latin as its primary language, governed by an imperial administration of formidable bureaucratic complexity, continued without interruption for another 977 years, finally falling to the Ottoman Turks on May 29, 1453 CE. The Eastern Roman Empire, known to modern historians as the Byzantine Empire, a name never used by the Byzantines themselves, who called themselves Romans throughout their entire history, was one of the longest-lived and most consequential political entities in the history of Western and Middle Eastern civilization. The continuity between Rome and Byzantium was real, not merely nominal. The Byzantine emperors maintained Roman titles, Roman legal traditions, and Roman ceremonial. The Corpus Juris Civilis, the great codification of Roman law commissioned by the Emperor Justinian I in the 6th century CE, was produced not in Rome, but in Constantinople, by lawyers working in the Roman legal tradition to produce a code that would govern the Eastern Empire and eventually transform European jurisprudence. Justinian himself reconquered much of the old Western Empire, North Africa, Italy, and southern Spain, briefly reuniting much of the Mediterranean under Roman rule for the last time in history. The Byzantine Empire served for 1,000 years as the primary buffer between the Christian West and the successive powers of the East, Sassanid Persia, the Arab Caliphates, the Seljuk Turks, and finally the Ottomans. Its capital was the largest and wealthiest city in the Christian world for much of the medieval period, a center of trade, scholarship, and artistic production, whose fall in 1453 sent scholars, manuscripts, and artistic traditions flooding westward into Italy, contributing to the cultural ferment of the Italian Renaissance in ways that historians continue to trace and debate. The last emperor, Constantine XI Palaiologos, died fighting on the walls of Constantinople as the Ottomans poured through the breach, the final Roman emperor dying as the first Roman kings had lived, in battle, defending a city that had defined the world. The empire that Romulus had founded in blood on a hill above the Tiber ended, 2,206 years later, on the ramparts of a city on the Bosphorus that its founders could never have imagined. Fact 41, Diocletian's reforms, saving the empire by splitting it. Gaius Aurelius Valerius Diocletianus, born the son of a freed slave in the Dalmatian province, around 245 CE, emperor from 284 to 305 CE, was the most important administrator in the history of the later Roman Empire. The man who took the shattered state that the crisis of the 3rd century had produced and rebuilt it through reforms of extraordinary ambition and scope into an entity capable of surviving for another 2 centuries in the West and over a millennium in the East. Diocletian was not a brilliant general or a philosopher king. He was a supremely capable organizer and a ruthless pragmatist who looked at the empire as it actually was, identified the structural problems that were destroying it, and implemented solutions with a consistency and thoroughness that no emperor before him had managed. The most famous of Diocletian's reforms was the Tetrarchy, the system of shared imperial rule in which the empire was divided between 4 co-emperors, 2 senior emperors bearing the title Augustus, each with a junior co-emperor and designated successor bearing the title Caesar. Diocletian and his colleague Maximian ruled as the senior Augusti, with Galerius and Constantius Chlorus serving as their respective Caesars. The Tetrarchy was designed to solve the succession problem that had destroyed the empire during the crisis of the 3rd century, to allow 4 emperors to be present simultaneously on the multiple frontiers requiring imperial attention, and to create a self-renewing mechanism of succession in which each Caesar would eventually succeed his Augustus and appoint a new Caesar. Diocletian also reformed the army, the taxation system, the provincial administration, and the currency, each reform addressing a specific structural weakness. He dramatically increased the size of the army and improved its frontier defenses, funded the expansion through a comprehensive overhaul of the taxation system, and attempted to control the inflation that had devastated the 3rd century economy through the famous edict on maximum prices of 301 CE, the most ambitious attempt at price control in the history of the ancient world, which listed maximum permitted prices for hundreds of goods and services and prescribed the death penalty for violations. Diocletian also launched the last and most systematic persecution of Christians in Roman history before abdicating, remarkably and voluntarily, in 305 CE to grow cabbages in his retirement palace at Split on the Dalmatian coast. Fact 42, Emperor Trajan, the greatest conqueror Rome ever had. Marcus Ulpius Traianus, born in Spain around 53 CE, emperor from 98 to 117 CE, worshipped by later emperors as Optimus Princeps, the best of rulers, was arguably the greatest military conqueror in Roman imperial history, the emperor who expanded the empire to its maximum territorial extent and whose reign represented, in the eyes of many ancient and modern observers, the apex of Roman power and prosperity. His 2 Dacian wars, fought between 101 and 106 CE against the powerful Dacian kingdom of Decebalus north of the Danube, doubled Rome's gold reserves, funded the construction of Trajan's Forum and Column in Rome, and added the province of Dacia, roughly equivalent to modern Romania, to the empire. His Parthian War, fought between 114 and 117 CE, briefly extended Roman territory to the Persian Gulf. Trajan's character, as it emerges from the ancient sources and from the carefully managed public image he projected through his building program and his coinage, was one of the most consistently admirable in the imperial catalogue. Energetic, accessible, militarily capable, generous to his soldiers, respectful to the Senate, and uninterested in the theatrical tyranny that had characterized the worst of his predecessors. He ate with his troops, shared their hardships on campaign, and treated even the lowest citizens with a courtesy that made him genuinely popular across all social classes. The letters he exchanged with Pliny the younger Pliny was governor of Bithynia during part of Trajan's reign and wrote to the emperor asking for guidance on a wide range of administrative questions, provide an extraordinary window into the practical governance of the empire, and reveal an emperor who was attentive, reasonable, and concerned with the welfare of his subjects. Trajan's building program transformed Rome and the provinces alike. In Rome, his forum, the largest and most magnificent of the imperial fora, was flanked by the famous Trajan's Column and contained the Basilica Ulpia, 2 libraries, and the market complex known as Trajan's Market, which provided shopping and administrative space on 6 levels carved into the side of the Quirinal Hill. In the provinces, he funded the construction of roads, bridges, harbors, and civic buildings on a scale that confirmed his reputation as an emperor who governed for the benefit of the whole empire rather than merely for Rome itself. He died in Cilicia in 117 CE while returning from his Parthian campaigns, leaving the empire at its greatest extent to his adopted heir Hadrian. Fact 43. Emperor Hadrian, the traveler who drew the map of Rome. Publius Aelius Hadrianus, born in Spain in 76 CE, emperor from 117 to 138 CE, the only emperor in Roman history to visit every province of the empire personally, was one of the most intellectually gifted, administratively capable, and personally complex individuals ever to hold the imperial purple. Where his predecessor Trajan had been defined by conquest and expansion, Hadrian was defined by consolidation and inspection. He abandoned Trajan's eastern conquests, pulled back the frontier to the Euphrates, and spent approximately 12 of his 21 years as emperor traveling through the provinces, inspecting the army, adjudicating disputes, founding and refounding cities, commissioning buildings, and manifesting the imperial presence in regions that might otherwise go decades without seeing their emperor. Hadrian's travels were not mere ceremonial progresses, they were working inspections of extraordinary thoroughness. He drilled with the legions, walked the length of defensive frontiers, tested the readiness of garrisons, and personally examined the conditions of the populations under his rule. His visits to the Eastern Mediterranean, Greece, Asia Minor, Egypt, Judea, were accompanied by a passionate engagement with Greek culture that had characterized him since his youth and earned him the nickname Greekulus, the Little Greek, in Roman aristocratic circles. He was initiated into the Eleusinian mysteries in Athens, was elected Archon of Athens, and sponsored the completion of the Temple of Olympian Zeus in Athens, a building whose construction had been begun 6 centuries earlier and which Hadrian finally brought to completion. Hadrian's architectural legacy is extraordinary. The Pantheon in Rome, rebuilt in its current form during his reign, and still the best preserved ancient building in the world, is perhaps the most perfect and most influential building in the history of Western architecture. Hadrian's villa at Tivoli, outside Rome, a sprawling complex of palaces, temples, libraries, theatres, baths, and gardens covering approximately 120 hectares, was the most ambitious private building project in Roman history and a physical embodiment of its owner's eclectic intellectual and aesthetic interests. The most famous relationship of Hadrian's life was with the Greek youth Antinous, who drowned in the Nile in 130 CE. Hadrian's grief was so profound and so publicly expressed that he founded a city, Antinopolis, at the site of the drowning, commissioned hundreds of portrait sculptures of Antinous throughout the empire, and had him declared a god. Fact 44. The Roman family, fathers, children, and the power of the pater. The Roman family, the familia, was the fundamental unit of Roman social organization, and the power relations within it were among the most distinctive features of Roman culture, differing in important ways from both the families of the Greek world and from the modern Western family that traces so many of its legal and cultural structures back to Rome. At the center of the Roman family stood the paterfamilias, the father of the family, who held over all members of his household, a legal power so comprehensive that it has no precise equivalent in any modern legal system. The patria potestas, the power of the father, gave the paterfamilias legal authority over his children, his children's children, and the slaves of the household that was, in early Roman law, genuinely absolute. The paterfamilias had the legal right to expose newborn infants, to leave them in a public place to die or be taken in by strangers, a practice that was primarily a response to poverty or the birth of infants perceived as too weak or too many, and which was more common with girls than boys. He had the theoretical right to sell his children into slavery, to punish them physically, and in the earliest period of Roman law, to execute them for serious offenses, a power that was almost certainly largely theoretical in the historical period, but that shaped the legal structure of the family in profound ways. Marriage in Rome took several different legal forms, but the most common form by the late Republic and early Empire was marriage sine manu marriage, without the formal legal transfer of the wife into the husband's household authority. Under this arrangement, the wife remained under the legal authority of her own father rather than her husband, which gave her and her family of origin considerably more independence than the earlier form of marriage had allowed. A wife married sine manu could own property, manage her own finances, and initiate divorce, a relatively simple procedure in Roman law, requiring only the expression of intent by either party. Children in Rome existed in law under their father's authority for as long as their father lived, regardless of their own age. A Roman man of 50 whose father was still alive was technically still under his father's potestas, though the practical implications of this diminished considerably once a son had achieved independent adulthood and a career of his own. Fact 45. Roman science and technology, practical genius, theoretical limits. The Romans were among the most practically capable engineers and builders in the history of the ancient world, masters of concrete, arch construction, road building, water supply, and military engineering, who produced works of lasting practical genius that shaped the built environment of Europe for 2 millennia. And yet Roman science presents a paradox. A culture that produced such extraordinary practical achievements in engineering and medicine left relatively little original theoretical science, preferring instead to compile, transmit, and apply the theoretical frameworks inherited from Greek thinkers without substantially extending them. The most encyclopedic scientific mind of the Roman world was Gaius Plinius Secundus, Pliny the Elder, whose natural history, completed around 77 CE, ran to 37 books and attempted nothing less than a comprehensive account of the entire natural world, covering astronomy, geography, anthropology, zoology, botany, pharmacology, and mineralogy. The Natural History was not a work of original scientific investigation, but an extraordinary compilation of existing knowledge. Pliny claimed to have consulted over 2,000 sources, organized and transmitted with the systematic ambition of a Roman administrator. It remained one of the most widely read scientific texts in Europe throughout the medieval period. Pliny himself died investigating the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 CE, the natural world finally claiming the man who had spent his life describing it. Where Roman technology was most original and most consequential was in the engineering of infrastructure. The Roman aqueduct system, which at its peak delivered approximately 1 million cubic meters of water per day to the city of Rome alone, required the surveying and construction of channels maintaining extraordinarily precise gradients, sometimes as little as 1 in 10,000, over distances of tens of kilometers. The construction of the Pont du Gard aqueduct bridge in southern France, 3 tiers of arches rising 49 meters above the Garden River, still standing in nearly complete form after nearly 2,000 years, represents engineering achievement that combines mathematical precision, structural intuition, and construction capability rarely equaled. Roman technology also made significant contributions in metallurgy, glassmaking, and the mechanical arts. Though the widespread availability of slave labor may have reduced the incentive to develop labor-saving technology of the kind that would emerge in the medieval period. Fact 46. The Roman Senate, an institution that outlived the Republic. The Roman Senate, the body of senior magistrates and former magistrates that served as Rome's primary deliberative assembly, advisory council, and in practice the most influential political institution of the Republican period, is one of the most remarkable political institutions in the history of human governance. Founded, according to Roman tradition, by Romulus himself, who chose 100 of the most distinguished men of the new city to serve as his council of elders. The name Senate comes from senex, the Latin word for old man. The Senate evolved over the course of 1,000 years from the advisory council of a small city-state into the governing body of a Mediterranean empire, and then survived the transformation of that empire into a monarchy to continue as an institution. Diminished in power but persistent in prestige, for centuries after the Republic that had given it its authority had ended. During the Republic, the Senate was the effective government of Rome, directing foreign policy, controlling public finances, assigning military commands, administering the provinces, and conducting the complex diplomatic relations that Rome's expanding power required. The Senate did not formally make laws, that was the function of the popular assemblies, but its resolutions, the senatus consulta, had virtually the force of law in practice, and no magistrate who wished to have a successful political career could afford to ignore them consistently. The Senate was also the body through which the political elite of Rome negotiated the competition for power, honor, and resources that was the central drama of Roman public life. Under the Empire, the Senate lost its effective control over the state, but retained its formal dignity and its role as the legitimating institution for imperial power. Emperors who wished to be seen as ruling constitutionally submitted legislation to the Senate for formal approval, addressed the Senate with elaborate courtesy, and maintained the fiction of senatorial partnership in governance. Emperors who ignored or humiliated the Senate, Caligula, Domitian, Commodus, earned in return the hostile literary tradition that branded them as tyrants, since the senators and their friends controlled the written record. The Senate continued to function as an institution well into the medieval period. The last meeting of the Roman Senate in the West is usually dated to around 603 CE, more than a century after the deposition of the last Western emperor, when it addressed a letter to the Eastern Emperor Phocas. Fact 47. Roman religion's transformation, from many gods to one. The transformation of the Roman Empire from a polytheistic state that maintained an extraordinarily diverse and inclusive pantheon of divinities to one governed by an officially Christian monotheism, enforced by imperial law, is one of the most profound cultural revolutions in the history of Western civilization. A change that unfolded over approximately 3 centuries and reshaped not just the religious life of the empire, but its art, its architecture, its law, its philosophy, its political theory, and its understanding of history itself. It was not a sudden conversion, but a slow tidal shift, visible only in retrospect. Christianity was one of dozens of Eastern mystery religions competing for adherents in the religious marketplace of the Roman Empire, alongside the cults of Isis and Osiris, of Mithras, of Cybele and Attis. And for most of the first 3 centuries of its existence, it was a minority religion subjected to intermittent, but sometimes intense persecution by the Roman state. What distinguished Christianity from its competitors was a combination of factors: the universality of its message, which made no social distinctions among its adherents, its organizational coherence, which created a network of communities capable of providing mutual support across vast distances, and a theology of martyrdom that turned persecution into advertisement, each execution producing not deterrence but new converts inspired by the courage of those who died. The conversion of Constantine in 312 CE was the decisive turning point, but the full Christianization of the empire was a process that took the rest of the 4th century to complete. Pagan sacrifice continued legally until Theodosius's prohibitions of 391 CE, and pagan intellectual culture persisted in the philosophical circles of the late empire. The Neoplatonist philosophers of Athens continued to teach their tradition until Justinian closed the philosophical schools in 529 CE, ending a continuous tradition of philosophical teaching stretching back nearly 1,000 years. The last pagan emperor was Julian, nephew of Constantine, raised as a Christian but secretly a devoted pagan, who reigned from 361 to 363 CE and attempted to restore traditional polytheism as the official religion of the empire before dying of a wound received in battle against the Persians, leaving Christianity to resume its dominance without serious further challenge from within the imperial system. Fact 48. Roman sexuality and gender, a world built on different rules. The Romans had a complex and often counterintuitive set of attitudes towards sexuality and gender that differed fundamentally from both the Greek world they had absorbed and the Christian world that would replace them. Attitudes shaped by the unique combination of Roman values around power, social status, masculinity, and civic virtue that governed every aspect of Roman public and private life. To understand Roman sexuality is to understand that the Romans organized their erotic world not primarily around the binary of heterosexual and homosexual orientation that modern Western culture takes as fundamental, but around the binary of active and passive, the distinction between the penetrating partner and the penetrated, which carried enormous social and moral weight. For a free-born Roman man, the crucial boundary in sexual behavior was not the gender of his partner but his own role. A Roman man who took the active, penetrating role with partners of either gender, including male partners, did not violate any Roman social norm, provided that his partners were of appropriate status: slaves, freedmen, prostitutes, or foreigners. What was socially and legally problematic was a freeborn Roman man taking the passive role in a sexual encounter. This was seen as a humiliation, an assault on his masculine dignity, and was in some contexts illegal under the Lex Scantinia, a law of uncertain scope and application. The same passive role was expected of women, slaves, and social inferiors, for whom it carried no stigma. This framework shaped Roman attitudes toward the common Greek practice of pederasty, the romantic and sexual relationship between an adult man and an adolescent boy, in a distinctive way. While Roman literature frequently celebrated male beauty and the emotional intensity of relationships between men, the specific Greek practice of pederasty was regarded with a mixture of fascination and suspicion, associated with Greek cultural influence and viewed as potentially threatening to the masculine dignity of Roman boys and young men. Roman literature, particularly the erotic poetry of Catullus, Ovid, Propertius, and Tibullus, and the satirical writing of Juvenal and Martial, provides an extraordinary window into the erotic imagination of the Roman elite, revealing a world of passionate intensity, social calculation, and occasionally startling frankness about desire and its complications. Fact 49. The Antonine Dynasty, the Golden Age in its human detail. The Antonine Dynasty, the succession of emperors that ran from Nerva 96-98 CE, through Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius to the disastrous Commodus, is the period that Edward Gibbon identified as the happiest era in human history, and the period that most closely approximates what political philosophers, since Plato, had imagined when they dreamed of good government. The Antonine emperors were not perfect rulers or perfect human beings. Hadrian could be cruel, Antoninus Pius could be passive, Marcus Aurelius's devotion to his unworthy son Commodus was a catastrophic failure of judgment. But they governed with a combination of competence, restraint, and genuine concern for the welfare of their subjects that stands as a genuine historical achievement. Antoninus Pius, emperor from 138 to 161 CE, whose reign was so uneventful that the historian Aelius Spartianus found almost nothing dramatic to say about it, is perhaps the least celebrated of the Antonines, and perhaps the most instructive. His 23-year reign was the longest peaceful reign in Roman imperial history. No major frontier crisis, no civil wars, no significant domestic terror, and he governed with a simplicity and a frugality that contrasted sharply with the building ambitions of his predecessors and successors. He refused to leave Italy during his entire reign, governing through correspondence and delegation, and his epitaph in the ancient sources is essentially, "Things went well, nothing dramatic happened, and the empire was better when he left it than when he found it." In the context of Roman imperial history, this is an almost miraculous achievement. The private letters and administrative documents of the Antonine period provide glimpses of imperial government at its most intimate. The correspondence of Marcus Aurelius and his rhetorical teacher Fronto reveals a warm personal relationship between an emperor and his teacher, full of teasing, literary discussion, and expressions of affection that cut through the marble formality of official imperial culture. The letters between Pliny the Younger and Trajan show an emperor engaged in the practical details of provincial governance, with a patience and a care that belie the image of remote godlike authority. What the Antonine Age suggests is that the difference between good and bad government in Rome was not primarily a question of institutions. The institutions remained the same, but of the individual character of the people who held power. Rome's tragedy was that it had no reliable way to ensure that good people would hold that power. Fact 50. Rome's legacy, the city that never fully died. 2,000 years after the height of its power, the Roman Empire remains one of the most consequential political entities in the history of human civilization, not merely as a historical curiosity or an object of academic study, but as a living presence in the institutions, the languages, the laws, the architecture, the religions, and the political imaginations of the modern world. The Roman Empire did not simply end in 476 CE or 1453 CE. It transformed, persisted, was recovered, was reinvented, was claimed and reclaimed by successive generations who found in Rome a model, a mirror, or a warning for their own times and their own ambitions. The most direct institutional continuation of Rome was the Catholic Church, the institution that, when the political structures of the Western Empire collapsed, inherited its administrative geography, its Latin language, its legal traditions, and its claim to universal authority. The Bishop of Rome, the Pope, bears a title derived from the Latin Pontifex Maximus, the chief priest of the old Roman religious system. The Catholic Church's organizational structure, with its dioceses and provinces, reproduces the administrative divisions of the late Roman Empire. Latin remained the language of European intellectual and religious life for 1,000 years after the fall of the Western Empire, carrying Roman thought, Roman law, and Roman literature into the medieval and early modern worlds. The political legacy of Rome has been no less persistent. Every major European empire, from Charlemagne's Carolingian Empire to Napoleon's France to the British Empire at its height, has invoked Rome, its imagery, its titles, its ideology of universal civilizing mission, as a model and a precedent. The word Kaiser derives directly from Caesar, so does the Russian Tsar. The word Senate is in use today in the United States, France, Canada, Italy, and dozens of other countries. The principles of Roman law, the presumption of innocence, the right to face one's accuser, the distinction between public and private law, are embedded in the legal systems of most of the world. We live still in the long aftermath of Rome, in cities built on its roads, governed by adaptations of its laws, speaking languages descended from its tongue, worshipping in the institutional successor of its church, imagining our politics through metaphors it supplied. The empire fell. The idea of Rome never quite did. You are past the halfway point now, deep in the Roman night. Behind you, the founding, the republic, the wars, the emperors, the philosophers, the lawyers. Ahead, the bodyguards who made and unmade emperors, the bathhouses where rank dissolved in hot water, the navy that owned the sea, and the kingdom that finally erased the richest corner of Rome's world. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 51, the Praetorian Guard, the emperor's deadliest creation. The Praetorian Guard, the elite military unit stationed in Rome itself, tasked with the personal protection of the emperor and the security of the imperial household, was both the most privileged and the most dangerous institution in the Roman imperial system. Created by Augustus as a formalized version of the bodyguard that Roman generals had always maintained, the Praetorian Guard at its height comprised 9 to 12 cohorts of approximately 500 to 1,000 soldiers each, stationed partly in Rome and partly in the surrounding regions, paid at roughly 3 times the rate of ordinary legionaries, and granted privileges of service and retirement that made the guardsmen the most materially advantaged soldiers in the Roman world. They were also, from the reign of Tiberius onward, kingmakers and unmakers of emperors, capable of elevating obscure individuals to the purple and disposing of those they had elevated with equal facility. The political role of the Praetorian Guard became decisive from the moment of Claudius's accession in 41 CE. After the assassination of Caligula, in which Praetorian officers had participated, the Guard discovered Claudius hiding behind a curtain in the palace, terrified and expecting to be killed, and acclaimed him emperor on the spot. It was the first time the Praetorians had directly determined the imperial succession, but it would not be the last. Claudius rewarded the Guard with a substantial donative, a cash gift, that set the precedent for every subsequent accession. From this point forward, every new emperor understood that the loyalty of the Praetorian Guard needed to be purchased, and that the price of that loyalty was both monetary and political. The Guard's most dramatic intervention in imperial politics came in 193 CE, following the murder of the Emperor Pertinax, a capable administrator who had tried to impose financial discipline on the Guard and paid for it with his life. The Praetorians then did something unprecedented. They literally put the empire up for auction, inviting bids from wealthy senators for the position of emperor. The winner, a wealthy senator named Didius Julianus, outbid his rival and purchased the throne, only to be executed 66 days later when provincial armies marched on Rome. The Guard was finally disbanded by Constantine in 312 CE, following the Battle of Milvian Bridge, after the Praetorians had supported his rival Maxentius. Constantine demolished their barracks and dispersed the guardsmen to frontier units, ending 2.5 centuries of the most dangerous Praetorian politics in Roman history. Fact 52, Roman provinces, the world beneath the eagles. The Roman Empire at its height was not a single uniform state, but a collection of approximately 40 to 50 provinces, administrative units of varying size, status, and character, each governed by a Roman magistrate or imperial appointee, each with its own local legal traditions, its own languages and cultures, its own economic activities, and its own relationship to the central imperial power. The provinces were the substance of the empire, the territories from which it drew its tax revenues, its agricultural produce, its military recruits, and the raw materials that fed the city of Rome and the imperial economy. They were Rome's real achievement, not the city on the Tiber, but the vast inhabited world that the city had drawn into its orbit. The diversity of the Roman provinces was extraordinary. Egypt, the most economically important province in the empire, source of the grain that fed Rome, was governed under a unique system that preserved much of the Ptolemaic administrative apparatus and whose governor was uniquely an equestrian rather than a senator, because Augustus feared that the province's wealth made it too dangerous to entrust to the senatorial class. Syria, prosperous, urbanized, culturally Hellenistic, was one of the wealthiest provinces in the east. Britannia, cold, wet, culturally resistant, and economically modest, required a garrison of 3 full legions, the largest military concentration in any single province, at the cost of a perpetual drain on the imperial treasury that some emperors privately questioned. The governors who administered the provinces were a mixed lot, some capable and conscientious administrators who genuinely improved the conditions of the populations under their care. Some corrupt extractors who enriched themselves at provincial expense, and many somewhere in between. Cicero's prosecution of the governor Verres of Sicily remains one of the most famous legal cases in the ancient world, and the problem of provincial corruption persisted throughout the empire's history, despite increasingly sophisticated systems of oversight, appeal, and imperial intervention. Provincial elites were eventually absorbed into the Roman senatorial and equestrian classes, and the empire came to be governed by men from its provinces: Trajan and Hadrian from Spain, Septimius Severus from North Africa, Philip the Arab from Arabia. Rome remade its provinces in its own image, but its provinces also remade Rome, and in the end, the provincial soldiers and administrators proved more resilient than the city that had spawned them. Fact 53. The Roman triumph, victory made theatre. The Roman triumph, the ceremonial procession in which a victorious general entered Rome in a chariot at the head of his army, his prisoners, and the spoils of his campaign, passing through the streets of the city to the cheers of the Roman people, before offering sacrifice at the temple of Jupiter Capitolinus, was the most spectacular public ritual in the Roman world, the highest honor the state could bestow on a military commander. And an event of theatrical complexity and emotional intensity that encapsulated the Roman understanding of war, victory, and the relationship between individual achievement and collective glory. To triumph was to be, for a single extraordinary day, almost a god. The physical spectacle of the Roman triumph was designed to overwhelm the senses and communicate Roman power to every observer. The procession moved along a fixed route through the city and included, in their traditional order, the senators and magistrates of Rome, followed by trumpeters, then the spoils of war carried on carts and litters, gold and silver treasures, captured weapons and armor, remarkable curiosities from the conquered territories, then paintings or models showing scenes from the campaign, then white sacrificial oxen garlanded with flowers, then the bound captives, including enemy kings and commanders who would later be executed, then the lictors of the triumphant general. And finally, the general himself in his quadriga, dressed in the toga picta, the gold-embroidered purple toga worn only on this occasion, his face painted red in imitation of the terracotta face of the statue of Jupiter Capitolinus. Behind the general in his chariot stood a slave holding a golden crown above his head and whispering memento mori, remember that you are mortal, a ritual humiliation designed to prevent the glory of the moment from becoming the hubris that invited divine punishment. The Roman triumph was the most glorious thing a Roman man could experience, and it contained, built into its very structure, the reminder that glory was temporary and mortality was not. Even at the pinnacle of achievement, Rome insisted on humility before the gods. Julius Caesar celebrated 4 triumphs in a single month in 46 BCE, for his victories in Gaul, Egypt, Pontus, and Africa, and the unprecedented scale of the celebrations, which included public feasts for the entire Roman people and gladiatorial games of extraordinary extravagance, demonstrated the degree to which the triumphal tradition had become entangled with the personal ambitions of the men who performed it. Fact 54. Roman coinage, the empire's portable propaganda. The coins of the Roman Empire were not merely instruments of economic exchange. They were the most widely distributed medium of mass communication in the ancient world, the one object that could carry a message from the emperor in Rome to a soldier on the Rhine frontier, a merchant in Alexandria, a farmer in Britannia, and a trader on the edge of the Arabian desert, all in the same year. Every Roman coin bore the portrait of the reigning emperor on one face, and a symbol, deity, personification, or commemorative image on the other, a combination that served simultaneously as a guarantee of the coin's value, a declaration of the emperor's identity and claims, and a piece of portable political advertising reaching tens of millions of people who would never see the emperor himself or hear his voice. The messages carried on Roman coinage were carefully chosen and systematically varied to address the most pressing political concerns of each reign. An emperor consolidating power after a civil war would issue coins celebrating Concordia, harmony, or Pax, peace. An emperor seeking to project military strength would show Victoria, goddess of victory, or the eagle of the legions. An emperor building on a grand scale would advertise his building program. An emperor claiming divine favor would show himself in the company of Jupiter or Mars. The reverse types of Roman coins are a compressed history of imperial ideology, the anxieties, ambitions, and claims of each reign encoded in the small circular space of a denarius. The study of Roman coinage, numismatics, is one of the most important tools available to Roman historians, both for the information the coins themselves contain and for what their physical condition and distribution patterns reveal about the Roman economy. The progressive debasement of the silver denarius, which contained approximately 85% silver under Augustus, falling to approximately 50% by the time of Marcus Aurelius, and to as little as 2 to 5% by the worst years of the crisis of the 3rd century, is documented coin by coin in the archaeological record, providing a precise measure of the economic desperation of successive emperors facing military expenses they could not meet from their regular revenues. The debasement triggered what ancient sources describe as economic chaos. Merchants refused debased coins or accepted them only at deep discounts. Prices rose as confidence in the currency fell, and the integrated commercial economy that the stable Augustan coinage had underpinned began to fracture into a patchwork of local barter and payment in kind. Fact 55. Romans' spectacle and excess, the emperors who lost themselves. The Roman imperial system created the conditions for a particular and peculiar kind of psychological destruction. Men who had been raised in relative obscurity, or worse, in the paranoid terror of a predecessor's reign, were elevated overnight to a position of absolute power over tens of millions of people, surrounded by courtiers whose survival depended on flattery, served by slaves whose every gesture was one of submission, worshipped as divine or near-divine by populations who addressed them as Dominus et Deus, Lord and God. The wonder is not that several Roman emperors went spectacularly mad, but that so many of them managed to govern with relative sanity and competence. Caligula, emperor from 37 to 41 CE, successor to the grim and paranoid Tiberius, began his reign with genuine popular enthusiasm and was widely celebrated as a refreshing change from his predecessor's remote austerity. Within months, a serious illness, possibly encephalitis, appeared to transform his personality, and the reign that followed became, in the ancient sources, a catalogue of extraordinary behavior. He reportedly ordered his troops to collect seashells from the English Channel as spoils of the ocean, declared himself a living god, and held conversations with the statue of Jupiter in his private shrine, appointed his horse Incitatus to the consulship, and executed people for offences as minor as being well dressed in his presence, an implied insult to his own appearance. Commodus, emperor from 180 to 192 CE, son of Marcus Aurelius, a man who began his reign as a competent if unimpressive ruler and ended it as a figure of genuine terror, convinced himself that he was the reincarnation of Hercules, appeared in the arena to fight as a gladiator against opponents carefully chosen to ensure his victory, renamed the months of the year and the city of Rome itself after himself, and was ultimately strangled in his bath by a wrestler named Narcissus after a group of conspirators, including his own mistress, decided he had become too dangerous to live. These emperors are remembered as monsters, and the ancient sources paint them in the darkest possible colors, but they also reveal something true and troubling about the nature of unchecked power, and about the Roman system's deepest structural flaw, which was that everything depended on the character of the man at the top, and there was no reliable way to ensure that the man at the top would be sane. Fact 56. Roman frontiers, the long borders of the world's edge. The Roman Empire at its height maintained one of the most extensive frontier systems in the history of the ancient world, a defensive and administrative perimeter stretching approximately 5.0 kilometers from the Atlantic coast of Scotland to the Euphrates River in the east, incorporating rivers, walls, roads, forts, watchtowers, and military settlements in a complex system of surveillance and control that modern historians call the limes, from the Latin word for path or boundary. The Roman frontier was not simply a military barrier. It was a zone of interaction, trade, negotiation, and cultural exchange between the Roman world and the peoples beyond it, and understanding it as a wall rather than a membrane fundamentally misrepresents how it actually functioned. The northern frontier along the Rhine and Danube rivers was the most extensively fortified section of the Roman frontier system, and for good reason. It faced the most numerous and most militarily capable of Rome's external adversaries, the Germanic peoples whose pressure on the frontier intensified throughout the imperial period. The river frontiers were supplemented by a series of walls and earthwork barriers in areas where the river itself was insufficiently formidable as a military obstacle. The most elaborate of these was the German limes, a roughly 550-kilometer line of forts, watchtowers, and palisade running from the Rhine to the Danube through the territory of what is now southwestern Germany. The eastern frontier against Parthia and later the Sassanid Persian Empire was the most diplomatically complex section of the Roman frontier system, a zone where two great empires of roughly comparable military and economic power negotiated, fought, and negotiated again across a debated border that neither side could permanently move. The disputed territories of Armenia and Mesopotamia changed hands multiple times over centuries of Roman-Parthian and Roman-Sassanid conflict, and the resources devoted to the eastern frontier were a constant drain on the empire's capacity to address its other military challenges. The frontier also served as the channel through which Rome exercised its soft power. The attraction of Roman goods, Roman culture, and Roman political structures drew Germanic, Sarmatian, and other barbarian elites into relationships of dependence and emulation that shaped the cultures of the peoples beyond the frontier as profoundly as Rome's direct military power shaped the peoples within it. Fact 57. Roman baths, democracy in hot water. The public baths of the Roman world, the thermae of the great imperial cities, and the more modest balnea of smaller towns and villages, were among the most distinctive and most socially significant institutions that Rome created, places where the theoretical equality of Roman citizenship was given physical form in the communal experience of cleanliness, leisure, and sociability available to all regardless of wealth. At the height of the empire, the city of Rome alone possessed over 900 public baths of various sizes, ranging from the great imperial thermae, capable of accommodating thousands of bathers simultaneously, to the small neighborhood balnea tucked into the insulae of the poorer districts, serving the daily hygiene needs of their local communities. The great imperial baths were not merely bathing facilities, but comprehensive leisure complexes combining the functions of a modern gymnasium, swimming pool, spa, library, art gallery, and meeting place in a single architectural environment of extraordinary grandeur. The baths of Caracalla, completed in 216 CE and capable of accommodating an estimated 1,600 bathers simultaneously, covered approximately 13 hectares and included not only the main bathing hall with its frigidarium, tepidarium, and caldarium, but also outdoor swimming pools, exercise halls, libraries stocked with Greek and Latin texts, gardens, shops, and galleries displaying sculptures of the highest quality. Admission was free or nearly so, funded by the imperial treasury or by wealthy donors seeking public prestige. The bathing ritual itself followed a progression through different temperature rooms that was both hygienic and therapeutic, from the exercise in the palaestra through progressively warmer rooms to the caldarium with its plunge pools of hot water, then back through the cooler rooms to the frigidarium, the cold pool whose shock was considered both invigorating and healthful. The process was social as much as hygienic. Roman bathers conversed, conducted business, made and renewed friendships in the intense sociability that made the baths one of the central institutions of Roman urban life. The baths also created a particular kind of social equality, unusual in the hierarchical Roman world. A senator and a freedman might share the same pool, might pass each other in the same corridor, might overhear each other's conversations, a daily experience of physical proximity across social boundaries that had no precise equivalent in any other Roman institution. In the baths, the marble walls held no memory of rank. Fact 58. The Roman navy, masters of the sea they named their own. The Romans called the Mediterranean Mare Nostrum, our sea, and the claim was not merely boastful. For approximately 5 centuries, from the final defeat of Carthage in 146 BCE to the fragmentation of the Western Empire in the 5th century CE, Rome exercised effective control over virtually the entire Mediterranean coastline and the sea lanes that connected it, maintaining a level of maritime security that allowed the enormous commercial traffic of the Roman world to move with a freedom from piracy and military disruption that the Mediterranean would not enjoy again until the modern period. It was one of the most consequential feats of strategic control in the history of the ancient world. The Roman navy had not always been a significant institution. In the early Republic, Rome had no naval tradition. It was a land power, and the sea was something to be crossed rather than controlled. The First Punic War changed everything. Faced with the need to contest Carthaginian naval supremacy in the waters around Sicily, Rome built a fleet in what ancient sources claim was as little as 60 days, invented the corvus boarding device to convert naval battles into infantry engagements, and won a war at sea against the most experienced maritime power in the Western Mediterranean. Rome lost entire fleets to storms on multiple occasions during the Punic Wars, but the determination to persist and rebuild after each catastrophe was characteristically Roman. By the Augustan period, the Roman navy had settled into its mature organization. Two main fleets based at Misenum near Naples and Ravenna on the Adriatic, supplemented by provincial squadrons on the Rhine, Danube, Black Sea, and the Channel. The suppression of piracy, which Augustus's Admiral Agrippa accomplished so thoroughly that the Mediterranean became genuinely safe for commerce for the first time in recorded history, was perhaps the Roman navy's most lasting practical achievement, unlocking the commercial potential of an inland sea that connected 3 continents. The grain ships that carried Egyptian wheat to Rome, enormous vessels capable of carrying several hundred tons of cargo, were the most economically vital vessels in the Roman world, and their safe arrival was a matter of political as much as economic concern, directly affecting the food supply of a city of 1 million people and the stability of the emperors who governed it. The sea that Rome mastered became the empire's greatest highway and its ultimate mirror. Fact 59. Roman provincial cities, Rome's copies across the world. One of the most striking features of the Roman Empire at its height was the degree to which Roman urban culture had been replicated across the vast geographic and cultural diversity of the imperial territories. From the legionary fortress cities of the Rhine frontier to the prosperous Greek-speaking metropolises of Asia Minor, from the desert trading cities of the Syrian interior to the agricultural towns of North Africa, the basic components of Roman urban life, the forum, the basilica, the theatre, the amphitheatre, the public baths, the aqueduct, the paved streets, the temples of the Roman gods alongside local divinities, the Latin inscriptions, appeared with remarkable consistency, creating a recognizable Roman urban landscape that transcended the local cultures on which it was overlaid. The process by which Roman urbanism spread through the provinces was not simply the imposition of an alien culture by military force. It was a more complex interaction between Roman administrative requirements, local elite ambitions, and the genuine attractiveness of Roman material culture and civic institutions. Local elites in newly conquered provinces discovered that the adoption of Roman urban forms, building a forum, funding a public bath, constructing a theatre, obtaining the legal status of a Roman municipium or colonia, enhanced their social prestige, confirmed their loyalty to the imperial system, and provided access to the networks of patronage, commerce, and social advancement that the empire offered. The result was a provincial urban landscape of extraordinary variety within a recognizable framework. Timgad in modern Algeria, a Roman colonial city laid out with the mathematical precision of a military camp on a blank piece of North African desert in 100 CE, still stands in remarkable preservation, its forum and theatre and paved streets laid out in the perfect grid of the Roman urban ideal. Ephesus in modern Turkey, one of the great cities of the Roman East, home to over 200,000 people at its height, represents the Roman city as Greek cultural inheritance, urbanistic tradition, and imperial power combined in the most elegant synthesis. The Roman provincial city was also a medium of social mobility. The freedman who had accumulated wealth through commerce, the provincial soldier who had received Roman citizenship as a reward for service, the local aristocrat whose family had adopted Roman names and Roman education over several generations, all could find in the provincial city a social framework that recognized and rewarded their ambitions. Fact 60. The Vandals and the end of Roman Africa, a civilization erased. In 429 CE, a Vandal army under their king Genseric, approximately 80,000 people in total, including warriors, women, children, and the elderly, crossed the Strait of Gibraltar from Spain into North Africa, beginning a migration that would end with the establishment of a Vandal kingdom centered on Carthage, the richest city in the Western Mediterranean after Rome itself. Within a decade, Genseric had conquered most of Roman North Africa, the most prosperous and agriculturally productive region of the Western Empire, and had deprived Rome of the grain and tax revenues that had been sustaining what remained of the Western imperial government. The loss of North Africa was, arguably, the fatal blow to the Western Roman Empire, more consequential in its economic and fiscal effects than any single military defeat. The Roman civilization of North Africa, which had produced Tertullian and Cyprian and Augustine, which had given Rome its Emperor Septimius Severus and his dynasty, which had developed an urban culture of extraordinary sophistication in the cities of Carthage, Leptis Magna, Sabratha, and Timgad, was one of the most genuinely Roman cultures outside of Italy itself. North African Latin was considered the most correct and elegant Latin spoken anywhere in the empire. North African mosaic art was among the most technically accomplished decorative art produced anywhere in the Roman world. North African agriculture, the olive oil and grain and wine produced on the vast estates of the Tunisian plateau, was the foundation of the Western Mediterranean economy. The Vandal Kingdom of North Africa lasted for approximately a century, until its destruction by the Eastern Roman reconquest under Justinian's general Belisarius in 533 CE, and the Vandals' treatment of the Roman population has been somewhat exaggerated by hostile Christian sources, who resented the Vandals' adherence to Arian rather than Catholic Christianity. But the disruption to trade, administration, and agricultural production caused by the conquest was real, and the word vandalism, meaning the senseless destruction of cultural property, entered the European vocabulary in the 18th century as a permanent monument to the reputation the Vandals had acquired. The reconquest of North Africa by Belisarius restored it briefly to Roman rule, but the subsequent Arab conquest of the 7th century finally and permanently ended the Roman and Christian civilization of North Africa, leaving behind the ruins of Timgad and Leptis Magna to be slowly covered by sand. Fact 61. Roman mythology and its Greek inheritance. The religious mythology of Rome presents one of the most fascinating cases of cultural borrowing and creative adaptation in the history of the ancient world. When the Romans came into sustained contact with Greek civilization, first through trade and colonization in southern Italy, and then through military conquest beginning in the 3rd century BCE, they encountered a body of religious mythology of extraordinary richness and sophistication. The stories of the Olympian gods, of heroes like Heracles and Achilles, of the Trojan War and its aftermath. The Roman response was not to abandon their own religious traditions, but to systematically identify their native gods with their Greek equivalents, creating the parallel divine pantheon that modern culture inherits as Greco-Roman mythology: Jupiter for Zeus, Juno for Hera, Mars for Ares, Venus for Aphrodite. The process of identification, which the Romans called Interpretatio Romana, was not simply a matter of renaming. The Roman gods had distinct characters that colored the Greek stories they absorbed. Jupiter absorbed the mythology of Zeus, but retained his distinctly Roman character as the divine patron of Roman political power, the god whose temple on the Capitoline Hill was the destination of the triumphal procession. Mars, originally a complex agricultural and warrior deity of the Italic peoples, absorbed much of the mythology of Ares, but was treated with considerably more respect, as the divine father of Romulus and the patron of Roman military power. The most distinctly Roman mythological contribution was the Aeneid tradition, the story that the Romans were descended from Aeneas, the Trojan hero who fled the fall of Troy and traveled to Italy, where his descendants would eventually found Rome. This tradition, given its definitive literary form by Virgil under Augustus, served the crucial ideological function of connecting Rome to the prestigious tradition of Greek heroic myth, while simultaneously asserting Roman superiority. Since Aeneas, unlike the Greek heroes who had destroyed Troy, was characterized by pietas, devoted duty to the gods, his family, and his destiny. It was a mythology designed to make Rome feel inevitable, the fulfillment of divine purpose written into the structure of the universe itself. The mythology of Rome was always as much political as religious, a set of stories that explained and justified Roman power, Roman institutions, and the Roman claim to universal authority, embedded in the literature, the art, and the public ceremony that shaped every Roman's sense of who they were and where they had come from. Fact 62. Roman taxation, the price of empire. The Roman Empire was, among other things, one of the most sophisticated taxation machines in the history of the ancient world, a fiscal system of extraordinary reach and complexity that extracted resources from tens of millions of people across dozens of provinces and used them to fund the armies, the buildings, the grain doles, the road systems, and the bureaucracy that made the empire function. Taxation was the mechanism by which the Roman state transformed the productivity of its economy into organized power, and the failures of that fiscal system, as much as any military defeat, explain the empire's eventual decline. The principal taxes fell into two main categories: direct taxes on land and persons, and indirect taxes on trade and commercial activity. The most important direct tax was the tributum, assessed on the agricultural output of the provinces on the basis of periodic censuses that catalogued the empire's taxable resources, the land under cultivation, the number of agricultural workers, and the productive capacity of different regions and different crops. The census was one of the most ambitious administrative undertakings in the ancient world, requiring the systematic registration of property and population across territories the size of modern nation-states, and its results shaped the financial planning of the empire for years at a time. Indirect taxes were in some ways easier to collect and equally significant. The portoria, customs duties levied at the empire's frontiers and major internal checkpoints, generated substantial revenues from the enormous commercial traffic of the Roman world. The centesima rerum venalium, the 1% tax on all sales, applied to transactions across a remarkably monetized economy. The vicesima hereditatium, the 5% inheritance tax, was one of Augustus's most recented innovations, designed to fund the military treasury and attacked by senators who considered it an infringement on the patrimonial rights of the propertied classes. Tax collection relied heavily on tax farming, by which private contractors bid for the right to collect taxes in a given region and were responsible for delivering a fixed sum to the treasury, keeping any surplus as profit. Tax farmers, the publicani, who appear in the New Testament as the archetype of the oppressive collaborator, were a feature of Republican and early imperial collection, gradually replaced by more direct imperial bureaucratic collection as the state's administrative capacity expanded. The tension between fiscal necessity and provincial welfare was one the empire never fully resolved. Fact 63. The Roman calendar, ordering time itself. The Roman calendar, the system by which Rome organized its days, months, and years, determined the dates of its religious festivals and civic events, and structured the rhythm of agricultural and commercial life, is one of Rome's most enduring contributions to the modern world, so thoroughly embedded in the calendar systems we use today that most people are entirely unaware of how much of their daily experience of time is shaped by Roman decisions made over 2,000 years ago. The months of the modern Western calendar, the 7-day week, the division of the year into 12 months, and the structure of the leap year all derive ultimately from Roman calendrical traditions. The Roman calendar in its original form was a mess, a 10-month lunar calendar attributed to Romulus that rapidly fell out of synchronization with the solar year, supplemented by ad hoc intercalations inserted by the Pontifex Maximus as needed, and increasingly manipulated by politicians who discovered that lengthening or shortening a year could extend or shorten the tenure of inconvenient magistrates or delay inconvenient events. By the 1st century BCE, the Roman calendar was approximately 3 months out of synchronization with the solar year, and the misalignment had become a source of practical confusion and political embarrassment. Julius Caesar, on his return from Egypt, where he had encountered the sophisticated Egyptian solar calendar of 365 days, supplemented by an additional day every 4 years, undertook a comprehensive reform of the Roman calendar in 46 BCE, with the assistance of the Alexandrian astronomer Sosigenes. The Julian calendar that resulted established a solar year of 365.25 days, implemented through 3 regular years of 365 days, followed by a leap year of 366, distributed across 12 months of lengths that, with minor adjustments, are identical to those of the modern calendar. The year 46 BCE itself had to be extended to 445 days, the year of confusion, to bring the calendar back into alignment with the seasons. The Julian calendar was further refined by Pope Gregory XIII in 1582 CE. The Gregorian calendar that is now the universal standard corrects a small error in the Julian system that had allowed the calendar to drift by approximately 10 days over the preceding 16 centuries. But the fundamental structure, 12 months, 365 days, a leap year every 4 years, remained Roman. Fact 64. Roman theatre and entertainment, more than bread and circuses. The entertainment culture of Rome was vastly richer and more diverse than the shorthand phrase, bread and circuses, suggests. That phrase, coined by the satirist Juvenal in the early 2nd century CE to describe the political manipulation of the Roman populace through free grain and public spectacle, captures something real but also misrepresents the complexity and sophistication of Roman entertainment culture. Alongside the gladiatorial games and chariot races that modern popular culture treats as the sum of Roman entertainment, Rome possessed a theatrical tradition of considerable antiquity and sophistication, a tradition of public recitation and literary performance, and a musical culture whose sophistication has been largely lost to us, but whose importance in Roman social life was considerable. Roman theatre derived directly from Greek theatrical traditions, the same divisions into tragedy and comedy, the same dramatic conventions, the same architectural form of the open-air theatre with its semicircular seating and raised stage, but developed its own distinctly Roman character. Roman comedy, represented most fully in the works of Plautus and Terence from the 3rd and 2nd centuries BCE, was a boisterous, wordplay-driven genre featuring stock characters: the clever slave who outwits his master, the miserly father, the lovesick young man, the cunning courtesan, that has influenced comic tradition from the Renaissance commedia dell'arte through Shakespeare's early comedies to the present day. The mime, a flexible, often obscene, improvisational performance form without masks and with female performers, became the most popular theatrical form of the imperial period, its earthy humor and topical references appealing to audiences across social classes. Pantomime, a form of solo dance performance in which a single masked performer enacted mythological narratives to the accompaniment of music and a sung libretto, relying entirely on gesture and movement to convey the story, was the prestige theatrical art form of the early empire, attracting enormous popular enthusiasm and the patronage of emperors. The great stone theatres of the Roman world, the Theatre of Pompey in Rome, the first permanent theatre in the city, built in 55 BCE and capable of seating approximately 27,000, the Theatre of Marcellus, still partially standing in Rome today, were architectural statements of comparable ambition to the amphitheatres and baths, and the theatrical performances they hosted were as central to Roman civic culture as the games themselves. Fact 65. The Roman economy's scale and sophistication. The Roman economy at its height was the largest and most complex economic system that had yet existed in the Western world, a market economy of remarkable geographic extent, with a degree of monetization, specialization, and long-distance trade integration that would not be approached again in Europe until the early modern period. Modern economic historians, using a combination of archaeological evidence, ancient literary sources, and sophisticated statistical analysis, have attempted to estimate the scale of the Roman economy with results that suggest a system of impressive size. A level of per capita income well above bare subsistence for much of the population, and a degree of economic integration across the Mediterranean that facilitated the movement of goods, people, and capital on a scale the ancient world had never previously seen. The motor of the Roman economy was agriculture, the cultivation of grain, olives, and grapes across the vast agricultural territories of the Mediterranean basin, supplemented by animal husbandry, fishing, and the exploitation of forest and mineral resources. But Roman manufacturing, of pottery, metalwork, textiles, glass, leather goods, and countless other products, was often conducted on a scale that approaches what we might recognize as proto-industrial, with large workshops employing dozens or hundreds of workers producing standardized goods for distribution across the entire empire. The most striking evidence for the scale of Roman economic activity comes from the sediment layers of Arctic and Greenland ice cores, which record atmospheric pollution with extraordinary precision. The lead pollution preserved in these ice cores peaks sharply in the period between approximately 200 BCE and 200 CE, corresponding almost precisely with the height of Roman imperial power, and falls equally sharply with the empire's decline, a smoking gun signature of Roman silver mining and smelting activity that can be read in the ice of Greenland from 2,000 years later and nearly 10,000 kilometers away. Roman commerce also produced what may be the first recognizable financial instruments of Western history. The maritime loan, or fonus nauticum, was a form of risk-sharing contract in which a lender provided capital for a trading voyage and received a high rate of interest if the voyage succeeded, but nothing if the ship was lost, a primitive form of the insurance and equity finance that would later underpin the commercial revolution of the early modern period. Fact 66. Roman pottery, the empire written in clay. Among the most archaeologically abundant and historically informative objects surviving from the Roman world, the fired clay vessels of Roman pottery occupy a special place, not because of their aesthetic quality, which ranges from the genuinely beautiful to the functionally utilitarian, but because of what their distribution patterns, production methods, and stamps tell us about the organization of the Roman economy, the reach of Roman commerce, and the daily lives of ordinary Romans who left few written records. Roman pottery is the democracy of Roman material culture, the medium through which the history of the empire's most numerous inhabitants can be partially reconstructed from the fragments they left behind. The most historically significant category of Roman pottery is terra sigillata, the glossy red-slipped tableware produced in enormous quantities at a small number of major production centers and distributed across virtually the entire empire. The earliest terra sigillata was produced at Arretium, modern Arezzo, in central Italy, beginning in the 1st century BCE, and Aretine ware spread across the Roman world with a speed that demonstrates the commercial reach and organizational capacity of Roman manufacturing. Each vessel was often stamped with the name of the workshop or master potter, allowing modern archaeologists to trace the distribution of individual workshops' products across hundreds of kilometers and to reconstruct the commercial networks through which they moved. The production of terra sigillata in enormous quantities involved a degree of standardization, specialization of labor, and economic organization that approaches industrial production. The Gaulish production centers at La Graufisenque in southern France, which dominated the terra sigillata market during the 1st and 2nd centuries CE, organized their production through a system of shared kiln use and collective firing that represents one of the earliest examples of cooperative manufacturing in Western history. Individual kiln records survive in scribed lists of vessels fired together, providing a glimpse into the complexity of Roman ceramic production. The humblest Roman pottery, the rough-fired corsuaire cooking pots and storage vessels found in every Roman site from Britain to Syria, tells a different but equally important story. The standardization of shapes and production techniques for corsuaire across the empire reflects the spread of Roman culinary practices and domestic organization, documenting the Romanization of daily life in the most mundane and intimate register of material culture. Fact 67. Roman children growing up in the ancient world. The experience of childhood in the Roman world was shaped by a set of realities so different from those of the modern Western child that even the most basic assumptions of contemporary childhood, universal education, legal protection from adult labor, the expectation of physical safety and emotional nurture, simply did not apply. And yet the ancient sources also reveal, alongside the harsh realities of high infant mortality and the absolute legal power of the paterfamilias, a world in which children were loved, celebrated, mourned, and commemorated with an emotional intensity that makes the Roman relationship with childhood recognizable across the distance of 2,000 years. The most fundamental difference between Roman childhood and modern childhood was the rate of child mortality. Ancient demographic historians estimate that in Rome, approximately 1/3 of all children born alive died before the age of 1, and nearly half died before the age of 10. The causes were the familiar enemies of pre-modern childhood: infectious disease, malnutrition, the consequences of difficult childbirth, and the lack of effective medical treatment for conditions easily addressed by modern medicine. The emotional response to this reality was complex. There is evidence both for parents who invested enormous emotional energy in their children from birth, and for a cultural tendency to withhold full emotional attachment until a child had survived the most dangerous early period of life. Roman childhood was not a protected period of play and education, separate from the adult world, but an apprenticeship in adult roles that began early. Children of the laboring classes contributed to family economic activity from a young age. Children of the artisan classes worked alongside their parents in workshops and on farms. Children of the elite entered the formal educational system around age 6 or 7, beginning the long process of literary and rhetorical training that would eventually qualify them for adult public life. The material culture of Roman childhood, the toys, the amulets, the clothing, the cradles, survives in quantity, revealing a world in which children were recognized as distinctively childlike. Roman children played with dolls, balls, hoops, toy animals, and miniature carts. They kept pets and attended festivals. And the epitaphs on children's tombs are among the most emotionally direct and moving texts in the entire Latin corpus. Fact 68. The Silk Road and Rome, trade at the edge of the known world. The Roman Empire's commercial reach extended far beyond the borders of the empire itself, into networks of long-distance trade that connected the Mediterranean world with the civilizations of sub-Saharan Africa, Arabia, India, Central Asia, and even China. The most celebrated of these long-distance connections, though the Romans themselves had no name for it and knew only its products, not its full extent, was the network of overland and maritime routes that modern historians call the Silk Road, along which Chinese silk, Indian spices, Arabian incense, and East African ivory flowed westward toward the luxury markets of Rome, in exchange for Roman gold, silver, glass, and manufactured goods flowing east. The Roman appetite for Eastern luxury goods was enormous, and disturbing to many conservative Romans who worried about the economic and moral consequences of draining the empire's gold reserves in exchange for frivolous foreign products. Pliny the Elder calculated, with characteristic Roman precision, that Rome was spending approximately 100 million sesterces per year on luxury imports from India and Arabia alone. The spices that seasoned Roman food, pepper, cinnamon, ginger, cardamom, came from South and Southeast Asia. The silk in which wealthy Romans draped themselves came ultimately from China, transporting across Central Asia by merchants who profited handsomely from their role as intermediaries between the two great empires of antiquity. Direct contact between Rome and China was rare but not entirely absent. Ancient Chinese sources mention the De Qin, their name for the Roman Empire, and describe diplomatic missions and trading contacts. An embassy that arrived at the Han court in 166 CE described in Chinese sources as coming from the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, probably consisted of merchants rather than official ambassadors, but the fact of the contact illustrates the degree to which the Silk Road had created a connected world of extraordinary geographic extent. The trade routes themselves were not simply economic channels, but vectors of cultural exchange, transmitting not only goods but technologies, artistic styles, religious ideas, and diseases. The Antonine Plague that devastated the Roman Empire in the late 2nd century CE may have traveled along the same routes that brought silk and spices, carried by merchants and soldiers moving between the connected civilizations of the ancient world. Fact 69. Roman portraiture, the face of power. The art of portraiture, the representation of individual human faces with a degree of specificity sufficient to make them recognizable as particular people, reached in Rome a level of technical achievement and psychological insight that has rarely been surpassed in the history of Western art. Roman portrait sculpture, from the realistic verism of the late Republican tradition to the increasingly spiritualized representations of the late imperial period, constitutes a visual history of Roman civilization of extraordinary richness, a gallery of individual faces, some known and many anonymous, that communicates the human dimension of Roman history with an immediacy that no text can quite match. The Roman tradition of portrait realism, the unflinching representation of age, experience, and character in the faces of its subjects, including the wrinkles and broken noses that idealized Greek sculpture had always smoothed away, derived from a specifically Roman funerary practice. The keeping of wax masks, the imagines of distinguished ancestors, worn by family members at funerals to create a procession of the dead. The wax mask tradition produced a Roman artistic culture that valued the accurate representation of the individual face as a matter of ancestral piety. The face of a Roman senator was not an idealized type, but a specific individual, recognizable to anyone who knew him. Imperial portraiture was a different matter, a carefully managed propaganda tool in which every detail of the emperor's representation was calculated to communicate specific political and ideological messages. The portrait of Augustus, the smooth-faced, ageless, heroically proportioned representation copied and distributed across the empire in hundreds of identical marble versions, was not a realistic likeness but a political icon. Deliberately modeled on the classical Greek tradition to claim the dignity and authority of that tradition for the new imperial order. The sequence of imperial portraits from Augustus to the late empire constitutes a visual history of Roman political ideology, pointing directly toward the iconic tradition of Byzantine art. The Fayum mummy portraits of Roman Egypt, painted in encaustic on wooden panels and attached to the faces of mummified dead, are perhaps the most immediately personal objects to survive from the ancient world. Actual faces of individual people, looking directly at us across 2,000 years with an expression of quiet particularity that is simply not found in any other ancient medium. Fact 70. The Last Defenders, Rome's Final Centuries in the West. The last century of the Western Roman Empire, roughly the period between 376 CE, when the Visigoths crossed the Danube in flight from the Huns, and 476 CE, when Odoacer deposed the last Western emperor, was not a straightforward story of terminal decline but a period of desperate improvisation, occasional remarkable competence, and almost unbearable tragedy, in which gifted individuals, some Roman by birth, some barbarian by origin, struggled to hold together a state systematically deprived of the resources it needed to survive by the very military crises that demanded those resources. The most gifted of these last defenders was Flavius Aetius, supreme military commander of the Western Empire under the Emperor Valentinian III, who has been called the last Roman by both ancient and modern admirers. Aetius had spent time as a hostage among the Huns in his youth and developed a deep personal knowledge of the Hunnic military system that served him well when the Huns became Rome's greatest threat. He maintained the Western Empire's military position through a complex strategy of alliance management, playing barbarian peoples against each other, incorporating former enemies as federates, and keeping the western frontier from complete collapse for decades longer than the empire's resources should have allowed. The climax of Aetius's career was the Battle of the Catalonian Plains in 451 CE, the battle in which a Roman Visigoth coalition confronted and repulsed Attila's invasion of Gaul, one of the most significant military engagements of the 5th century. The victory was a genuine military achievement. But the battle did not save the Western Empire. Attila invaded Italy the following year, and Aetius was murdered by the Emperor Valentinian III in 454 CE in a fit of paranoid jealousy, removing the last commander capable of organizing an effective Western defense. "No man in the world," commented a contemporary observer, has been harder to replace. After Aetius, the Western Empire was increasingly governed by barbarian military strongmen who made and unmade puppet emperors, as the empire's actual territory shrank toward its final core of Italy. The end, when it came in 476 CE, was not so much a fall as a quiet ceasing, a bureaucratic formality acknowledging a reality that had been visible for decades. Rome had not been defeated. It had simply, very slowly and very quietly, dissolved into the world it had spent centuries trying to build. Fact 71. Roman burial practices, the dead among the living. The Romans had a complex and evolving relationship with their dead, one that placed the deceased in a position of ongoing social significance within the community of the living, required regular ritual maintenance of the bond between the living and the dead, and expressed through its funerary monuments and practices some of the deepest values and anxieties of Roman culture. Roman burial practices changed substantially over the course of the empire's history, from the early practice of cremation, dominant through the Republic and early Empire, to the increasing adoption of inhumation in the 2nd and 3rd centuries CE, a shift connected at least in part to the spread of Christianity and other Eastern religions that emphasized the continued existence of the physical body. The Law of the 12 Tables prohibited burial within the city walls, a rule that shaped the Roman funerary landscape by lining the roads leading out of every Roman city with the tombs of those who had the resources to commemorate themselves publicly. The Appian Way south of Rome is still lined with the ruins of Roman tombs, ranging from the modest markers of ordinary freedmen to the spectacular mausolea of wealthy aristocrats. The most ambitious Roman tomb was the Mausoleum of Augustus, a circular drum of travertine and earth approximately 87 meters in diameter, planted with cypresses and topped with a bronze statue of the emperor, which became the model for every subsequent imperial mausoleum, including the Castel Sant'Angelo, originally built as the Mausoleum of Hadrian. The Roman dead required ongoing attention from the living. The Parentalia, the festival of the dead observed each February, required family members to visit the tombs of their ancestors and offer food, wine, and flowers, maintaining the relationship between the living family and its dead. Tombs were often equipped with tubes through which liquid offerings could be poured directly onto the cremated remains below, and the meals eaten at the graveside were a form of communion with the ancestors that blended religious piety with family solidarity. The epitaphs inscribed on Roman tombs are among the most direct and moving expressions of Roman individual experience. The formula Diem, dis manibus, to the spirits of the dead, that opens most Roman epitaphs is followed by brief statements of identity, age, relationship, and loss that communicate across 2,000 years with an immediacy that even the greatest Roman literature rarely matches. Fact 72. The Roman games, violence, ritual, and the social contract. The gladiatorial games and public spectacles of Rome, the Munera, the Ludi, the Venetians, were not simply entertainment in the modern sense, but a complex social institution with deep roots in Roman religious practice, political ideology, and the negotiation of the relationship between the Roman state and its citizens. The games were a space in which Roman values around courage, endurance, skill, and the acceptance of fate were publicly performed and evaluated, and in which the emperor, present in his box above the arena, his decisions on whether to spare or execute defeated fighters watched by tens of thousands, demonstrated his power, his generosity, and his relationship to the Roman people in the most direct way available to him. The origins of gladiatorial combat lie in the funerary games of the Etruscan and Italic peoples, the ritual combat performed at the funeral of a great man to honor him with blood. The first gladiatorial games recorded in Rome took place in 264 BCE at the funeral of a member of the Junius Brutus family, and the practice grew over the following centuries, from a private funerary right into a massive public institution, funded by emperors and wealthy politicians competing for popular favor. The scale of the games at their height was staggering. Trajan celebrated his Dacian victories, with games lasting 123 days, in which approximately 11,000 animals and 10,000 gladiators performed. The actual experience of the gladiatorial games was more nuanced than the modern image of mass slaughter suggests. Professional gladiators were expensive to train and maintain, and it was financially irrational to kill them routinely when they could be returned to the arena to fight again. Modern scholarship suggests that the majority of gladiatorial combats ended not in death, but in the defeat and submission of one fighter, with the crowd and the presiding official deciding whether the defeated fighter had shown sufficient courage to merit mercy. The kill rate in arena combat was probably between 1 in 5 and 1 in 10, significant, but far from the systematic slaughter of popular imagination. The arena also served as a space of political communication, in which the Roman crowd could express its opinions about the emperor in ways that would have been dangerous or impossible elsewhere. Emperors who ignored the crowd's requests at the games risked popular hostility. Those who responded generously enhanced their popularity. Fact 73: Roman philosophy, Stoicism, and the art of living. Dominant philosophical tradition in the Roman world was Stoicism, a school of thought founded in Athens around 300 BCE by Zeno of Citium, developed into a comprehensive philosophical system by his successors, and brought to Rome, where it found its most enduring and most practically influential expression in the works of Roman writers, who transformed it from a technical system into a practical guide for living in a world of uncertainty, loss, and moral complexity. The Stoic tradition produced three of the most widely read philosophical texts in the history of Western civilization: the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius, the Discourses of Epictetus, and the Letters to Lucilius of Seneca, texts that have found new audiences in every generation from antiquity to the present day. The central insight of Stoicism is the distinction between what is up to us, our judgments, our desires, our responses to events, and what is not up to us, our bodies, our reputations, our property, and everything that happens in the external world. The Stoics argued that genuine happiness was attainable only through the disciplined cultivation of virtue and the disciplined acceptance of everything outside our control, a practice they called living according to nature. The Stoic sage, indifferent to pain, poverty, exile, and death, was a philosophical ideal that few humans could attain, but that many could aspire to, and the practical Stoicism of Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, a private journal of self-examination written during some of the most difficult years of his reign, remains one of the most compelling models of that aspiration. Epictetus, born a slave, lamed by an abusive master, freed, and eventually the founder of his own philosophical school, embodies the Stoic paradox of freedom in captivity in his own person. His teaching, recorded by his student Arrian, is addressed to people living in circumstances they cannot fully control, people who face the loss of those they love and the reality of their own mortality, and it offers them not comfort in the conventional sense, but something more demanding: the recognition that their freedom consists precisely in their response to these circumstances. Stoicism's influence extended far beyond philosophy. It shaped Roman law's concept of natural law and human equality, provided the intellectual framework for early Christian theology, and continues to influence modern psychology, particularly the cognitive behavioral tradition that explicitly acknowledges its Stoic debts. Fact 74: Roman women of power beyond the shadows. The conventional image of the Roman woman, confined to the domestic sphere, legally subordinate to her father or husband, excluded from political life and public office, is accurate as far as it goes, but it omits an important and fascinating counter-narrative: the story of the Roman women who, working within and sometimes around the constraints of their legal and social position, exercised real and sometimes decisive influence over the political, cultural, and economic life of the empire. The Roman world produced a series of extraordinarily capable and politically significant women, whose stories deserve to be told, not as exceptions to the Roman rule, but as evidence of the complexity and the contradictions of Roman gender relations. Livia Drusilla, wife of Augustus, mother of Tiberius, grandmother and great-grandmother of subsequent emperors, was perhaps the most politically significant woman in the history of the Roman Empire. She managed the transition from republic to empire alongside her husband over more than 50 years of marriage, served as his most trusted advisor and political partner, survived him by 15 years, and was granted powers and honors unprecedented for a woman in Roman public life. The historian Tacitus, who disliked her, acknowledged her formidable intelligence and political capability. The Emperor Augustus himself, in his will, adopted her into the Julian family and requested that the Senate grant her the title of Augusta, Empress, a title that set the precedent for all subsequent empresses. Agrippina the Younger, daughter of the popular general Germanicus, sister of Caligula, fourth wife of Claudius, and mother of Nero, navigated the most dangerous currents of Julio-Claudian court politics with a strategic intelligence that made her effectively co-ruler of the empire during the early years of her son's reign. She was the first living woman to appear on Roman imperial coinage as a co-equal with the emperor. She was murdered by Nero, her own son, in 59 CE, in one of the most notorious acts of the reign, and her death was presented by the ancient sources as simultaneously monstrous and somehow inevitable, given the power she had accumulated. Women of the Roman world also operated as significant economic actors. Freed women and women of the commercial classes ran businesses, owned property, and participated in the commercial life of their communities with a degree of economic independence that is well documented in the papyri, inscriptions, and commercial records of the Roman world. Fact 75. Roman language and the birth of the Romance languages. Latin, the language of Rome, the medium of Roman law, Roman literature, Roman administration, and Roman religion, is the most consequential dead language in the history of Western civilization, the linguistic ancestor of the modern Romance languages that today are spoken as native languages by approximately 900 million people, and the source of enormous portions of the vocabulary of English and virtually every other European language. The story of how Latin transformed over the course of 1,000 years from the language of a small city-state in central Italy into the ancestor of French, Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, and Romanian is one of the most remarkable stories in the history of human communication. The Latin that became the ancestor of the Romance languages was not the literary Latin of Cicero and Virgil, the classical Latin that students still learn today and which was already, in the classical period, a somewhat artificial literary standard elevated above the spoken vernacular. It was vulgar Latin, the spoken Latin of soldiers, traders, freedmen, and farmers, a living, evolving language that absorbed local influences, simplified its grammatical complexities, and diverged into distinct regional varieties over the centuries following the fall of the Western Empire. As contact between the former provinces diminished and local vernaculars developed independently, the regional vulgar Latin dialects gradually became distinct enough to be recognized as separate languages. The divergence was not instantaneous. The languages that we now recognize as French, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, and Romanian were not recognizable as such until the early medieval period, and educated people in the former Roman provinces continued to read and write in Latin long after their spoken language had diverged substantially from the classical standard. The oldest surviving text in what can be recognized as early French, the Odes of Strasbourg of 842 CE, demonstrates how thoroughly the spoken language had already departed from classical Latin, even while Latin itself continued as the language of the church, scholarship, and law throughout the medieval period. The English language, though not a Romance language, contains an enormous proportion of Latin-derived vocabulary, introduced through the Norman French conquest of 1066, but also through the direct influence of Latin on scientific, legal, philosophical, and religious terminology. It has been estimated that approximately 60% of English vocabulary has Latin or Greek roots. Fact 76. The Severan dynasty, Rome's African emperors. The Severan dynasty, the imperial family that ruled Rome from 193 to 235 CE, founded by Septimius Severus, and including his sons Caracalla and Geta, his nephew Alexander Severus, and the brief and bizarre reign of Elagabalus, represents one of the most turbulent and revealing periods of the Roman imperial system. Demonstrating both the empire's extraordinary capacity to incorporate people from its most distant provinces into its highest offices, and the destructive potential of a system without reliable mechanisms for resolving succession disputes or controlling the military's relationship to imperial authority. Septimius Severus, born in Leptis Magna in modern Libya in 145 CE, the first emperor from Africa, rose through the conventional military and administrative career of the Roman imperial system, before being proclaimed emperor by his troops on the Danube frontier following the assassination of Pertinax. His path to sole power required him to defeat two rival claimants in civil wars that cost the empire heavily in blood and treasure, and the military priorities of his reign permanently changed the relationship between the imperial government and the army. He raised soldiers' pay for the first time in over a century, allowed soldiers to marry and live with their families near their frontier postings, and promoted equestrians at the expense of senators in the key command positions of the empire. His reported deathbed advice to his sons, enrich the soldiers and scorn everyone else, captures both his political pragmatism and the dangerous precedent his reign set for his successors. The most significant act of the Severan dynasty for the long-term history of the empire was the Constitutio Antoniniana of 212 CE, the decree by which Caracalla extended Roman citizenship to virtually all free inhabitants of the empire, completing a process of gradual extension that had been underway for centuries. The ostensible motivation was fiscal. More citizens meant more people subject to inheritance taxes, but the long-term cultural and political consequences of making citizenship universal were enormous, permanently reshaping the Roman sense of identity and blurring the line between Roman and provincial. The dynasty ended with the murder of Alexander Severus by his own troops in 235 CE, inaugurating the crisis of the 3rd century and the half-century of near-continuous civil war that nearly destroyed the empire altogether. Fact 77. Roman astrology and magic, the occult underside of the rational empire. Beneath the rational surface of Roman law, Roman engineering, and Roman philosophical discourse lay a world of deeply held belief in supernatural forces, divine signs, astrological destiny, and the power of ritual to influence events and protect against malevolent powers. The Romans were simultaneously the most practically rational people in the ancient world, building aqueducts, codifying law, organizing armies with bureaucratic precision, and profoundly superstitious, consulting omens before every major decision, employing astrologers at the highest levels of government, and devoting enormous resources to the ritual management of the relationship between the human and divine worlds. Astrology, the belief that the positions of the celestial bodies at the moment of a person's birth determined the course of their life, was the most prestigious form of supernatural prediction in the Roman world. Augustus had his horoscope cast, advertised his favorable birth sign Capricorn on his coins, and employed astrologers as imperial advisors. Tiberius was so devoted to astrology that he brought his personal astrologer Thrasyllus to Capri, reportedly testing the man's courage by suggesting he might be thrown off the cliff after each reading. The emperors alternately employed astrologers as advisors and banned them as threats, since a skilled astrologer might calculate that a rival's horoscope was more favorable than the emperor's. Magic, the use of ritual, incantation, and material substances to influence events through supernatural means, operated at all levels of Roman society. The depictions, curse tablets, usually thin sheets of lead inscribed with curses and deposited in wells, springs, or tombs, survive in the thousands from Roman sites across the empire, offering an extraordinary window into the anxieties and grievances of ordinary Romans. People cursed rivals in love, business competitors, and opponents in legal proceedings, asked the gods to afflict those who had wronged them with illness and financial ruin, and called on both Roman deities and the spirits of the dead to enforce their will. The Roman state's relationship with magic was one of intermittent suppression rather than eradication. Magic was legally problematic when directed against specific individuals or the emperor, but the boundary between acceptable religious ritual and criminal magic was blurred and contested throughout the history of the empire. Fact 78. Roman agriculture, the bedrock of civilization. The Roman Empire was, at its most fundamental level, an agricultural civilization, one in which the overwhelming majority of the population lived in rural areas and derived their livelihoods from farming, herding, or the processing and distribution of agricultural products. The cities that are the most visible aspect of Roman civilization were possible only because the agricultural hinterlands surrounding them could produce enough surplus food to feed urban populations that contributed relatively little to their own subsistence. Understanding Roman agriculture, its organization, its technology, its social relations, and its environmental impact is essential to understanding the Roman Empire itself. The basic unit of Roman agricultural production was the farm, the fundus, which existed in an enormous range of sizes, from the small peasant holding of a few eudora worked by a single family to the enormous slave-staffed latifundia, great estates, that dominated the agricultural landscape of Sicily, North Africa, and parts of Italy. The concentration of land into large estates, accelerated by the displacement of small farmers whose land had been sold in their absence during military service, and by the availability of cheap slave labor following the great conquests of the 2nd and 1st centuries BCE, was one of the central social and political problems of the late Republic. And the failure of the Gracchi brothers' land reform attempts in the 130s and 120s BCE contributed directly to the political instability that eventually destroyed the republican system. Roman agricultural technology was substantially more sophisticated than is sometimes assumed. Roman farmers made use of the heavy plow, crop rotation, green manuring, irrigation, and drainage, allowing them to exploit a wide variety of soil types and climate zones across the empire. The agricultural treatises of Cato, Varro, Columella, and Pliny the Elder provide detailed technical information about Roman farming practice that demonstrates a level of empirical knowledge about soil management, plant cultivation, and animal husbandry that is genuinely impressive. The environmental impact of Roman agriculture was substantial and sometimes devastating. Deforestation for agricultural land, the exhaustion of soils by continuous cultivation, and the salinization of irrigated lands in drier regions all contributed to long-term environmental degradation that reduced the agricultural productivity of some regions over time. a slow-motion crisis invisible to those living through it. Fact 79. The Roman army's culture, brotherhood, discipline, and identity. The Roman army was not merely a military institution, but a total social world. A self-contained community of men who lived together, trained together, ate together, worshipped together, and died together for periods of 25 years at a stretch, developing in the process a culture of intense masculine solidarity, fierce unit pride, and deep personal loyalty to their commanders and to the institution of the legions itself. The culture of the Roman military shaped not only the men who served in it, but the broader Roman culture that surrounded it, providing models of discipline, fortitude, and collective identity that permeated Roman values across all social classes. The primary social unit of the Roman legion was not the century or the cohort, but the contubernium, the 8-man tent group that shared a tent on the march, a set of barracks rooms in the permanent fortress, cooking duties, and the most intimate aspects of military life for the duration of their service. The bonds formed within the contubernium were the primary bonds of the Roman soldiers' military world, and the mutual dependence created by years of shared hardship produced a form of masculine friendship of extraordinary intensity, what modern military psychologists would recognize as the small unit cohesion that is the essential precondition of effective military performance. The daily life of the Roman legionary in a permanent frontier fortress was organized around a rigorous routine of drill, maintenance, construction, and guard duty that left little time for idleness and produced, over years of repetition, the physical conditioning and trained reflexes that made the Roman soldier so formidable in battle. The Roman army built its own fortresses, its own roads, its own bridges, and its own waterworks. The construction activities of the legions were as important to the maintenance of Roman infrastructure as the building programs of emperors and wealthy donors. A soldier was expected to be not just a fighter but a craftsman, an engineer, and a builder, capable of converting any piece of ground into a defensible camp in a single afternoon. Religion in the Roman army was a pervasive and institutionalized presence. The legions maintained their own temples, their own religious calendar of festivals and sacrifices, and their own cult of the standards, the sacred objects of the unit that embodied its collective identity and were guarded and venerated with a devotion that blended military pride with genuine religious feeling. Fact 80. Rome and Judea, the wound that changed the world. The Roman province of Judea, a small, economically modest territory on the eastern edge of the Mediterranean, produced two of the most consequential religious movements in the history of Western civilization: Christianity and Rabbinic Judaism. Both emerged from the catastrophic encounter between Roman imperial power and Jewish religious and political identity that culminated in the two great Jewish revolts against Rome. The First Jewish War of 66 to 73 CE, which ended with the destruction of the Temple in Jerusalem, and the Bar Kokhba Revolt of 132 to 135 CE, which resulted in the wholesale destruction of Jewish settlement in Judea and the renaming of the province as Syria Palestina. The destruction of the temple permanently redirected the development of Judaism from a temple-centered religion of sacrifice and priesthood to the synagogue-centered religion of scripture, prayer, and rabbinic interpretation that it has been ever since. The Roman province of Judea was one of the most difficult territories in the empire to govern, combining a population of fierce religious conviction with a deep tradition of political independence. The procurators who governed the province were frequently corrupt or incompetent, and the combination of heavy taxation, disrespect for Jewish religious sensibilities, and political interference in the appointment of the high priesthood generated a level of social tension that periodically erupted in violence. The execution of Jesus of Nazareth by the Roman procurator Pontius Pilate, probably around 30 or 33 CE, was a routine act of Roman judicial administration in a province that had seen many such executions of men considered threats to public order. Its consequences were, of course, anything but routine. The movement that grew from that execution eventually became the official religion of the Roman Empire itself, transformed the empire's culture, law, art, and political ideology, and shaped the subsequent history of Western civilization in ways that are still unfolding. The destruction of the temple in 70 CE by the forces of the future Emperor Titus, recorded by the Jewish historian Josephus, who was present and whose account remains the most detailed surviving record, ended a continuous tradition of temple worship stretching back to Solomon and permanently changed the character of Judaism, transforming it into a religion centered on text, interpretation, and the portable practices that could be maintained anywhere in the diaspora. Fact 81. The Roman circus, speed, faction, and the roar of the crowd. The Circus Maximus, the great oval racetrack that lay in the valley between the Palatine and Aventine hills in the heart of Rome, was the oldest, largest, and most beloved public space in the city, capable at its greatest extent of accommodating approximately 250,000 spectators, a number that made it by far the largest sports venue in the history of the ancient world, and arguably the largest gathering space ever built in pre-industrial civilization. Chariot racing was the oldest and most deeply rooted of Rome's public entertainments, predating the gladiatorial games by centuries, and the passion it aroused in Roman spectators was of an intensity that makes modern sports fandom seem restrained by comparison. The races were organized around four factions: the Blues, the Greens, the Reds, and the Whites, stable-owning organizations that bred, trained, and raced horses, and maintained their own teams of drivers. The factions were Rome's nearest equivalent to modern sports clubs, with devoted followers who identified so completely with their chosen color that factional allegiance was a fundamental component of personal and social identity. The historian Pliny the Younger expressed aristocratic bafflement at the passions the races aroused. He could not understand why thousands of grown men cared so deeply about which color would win, but the passions he described were genuine, deep, and sometimes violent, producing riots when results were disputed, and cult-like devotion to successful drivers. The most celebrated charioteer in Roman history was Gaius Appuleius Diocles, a Spanish-born driver who competed from 122 to 146 CE, winning 1,462 of his 4,257 races, and accumulating prize money totaling approximately 35 million sesterces over his career. A sum that modern economists have calculated as roughly equivalent to $15 billion in contemporary purchasing power. His career inscription, preserved in a marble fragment found in Rome, is one of the most detailed records of any individual athlete in the ancient world. The chariot race itself, 7 laps around the central barrier of the circus, approximately 5.5 kilometers in total, was one of the most dangerous sports in the ancient world. Crashes at the turning posts, where drivers attempted to take the inside line at full speed, were frequent and often fatal, and the skill required to control a 4-horse chariot at racing speed through the tight turns of the circus demanded years of training and a physical courage that the Roman crowd recognized and celebrated with the same intensity they brought to the arena. Fact 82. The Plague of Justinian, Rome's final pestilence. The Plague of Justinian, the pandemic that struck the Eastern Roman Empire beginning in 541 CE and recurred in waves for approximately 2 centuries, was the first pandemic of bubonic plague in recorded history and one of the most devastating demographic catastrophes in the history of the ancient world. Caused by Yersinia pestis, the same bacterium responsible for the Black Death of the 14th century, the plague arrived in Constantinople in 541 CE, having spread apparently from Central Asia through Egypt along the grain trade routes that connected the Eastern Roman world. At the height of the outbreak in Constantinople, contemporary sources describe thousands of deaths per day, numbers that may be exaggerated, but that reflect the genuine catastrophic scale of the mortality, and the rows of unburied dead that began to pile up in the streets. The plague struck the Eastern Roman Empire at a moment of apparent triumph. The Emperor Justinian, whose reign from 527 to 565 CE was marked by the reconquest of North Africa and Italy, the codification of Roman law, and the construction of the Hagia Sophia, contracted the plague himself, surviving but governing from a weakened position at the very moment when the fiscal and military resources required to sustain his reconquests were already stretched to their limits. The plague's demographic impact, modern estimates suggest it may have killed between 25 and 50 million people across the Mediterranean world over the course of its 2 centuries of recurrence, permanently reduced the population available for military service, agricultural production, and tax payment. The Plague of Justinian is now regarded by many historians as one of the decisive events in the transition from the ancient world to the medieval, accelerating the contraction of the Eastern Roman Empire, weakening the defenses that held back the Arab conquests of the 7th century, and contributing to the economic and demographic collapse of the Mediterranean world that characterized the early medieval period. It was a catastrophe whose full consequences took generations to become visible. Justinian himself survived the plague, but not its consequences. The reconquests of his reign proved impossible to sustain. Italy was quickly lost again to the Lombards, and the Eastern Empire that emerged from the plague years was a smaller, poorer, and more defensive state than the one that had begun his reign with such apparent momentum. The great campaign of recovery had ended in a long, slow retreat. Fact 83. Roman slavery's economics, the system that built and broke the empire. Roman slavery, the institution that provided the labor for the agricultural estates, the urban workshops, the domestic households, the mines, and the construction projects of the Roman world, was not a peripheral feature of the Roman economy, but its central organizing principle. The mechanism by which the Roman state converted its military conquests into economic productivity, and the mechanism whose long-term costs contributed as much as any military pressure to the empire's eventual decline. The relationship between Roman slavery and Roman economic development is one of the most debated questions in ancient economic history, and the answers have implications that extend far beyond the academic study of the ancient world. The scale of Roman slavery was enormous. Modern estimates suggest that in Italy at the height of the Republic, slaves constituted between 30 and 35% of the total population, a proportion comparable to the American South in the antebellum period, and substantially higher than any other slave society in recorded history, except possibly classical Athens. The slave population was replenished primarily by military conquest. Each major war brought tens or hundreds of thousands of captives onto the Roman slave market, depressing prices and making slave labor economically competitive with free labor for a wide range of tasks. The economic consequences of this dependence on slave labor were profound and partly contradictory. In the short term, slave labor provided the Roman economy with a flexible, controllable, and often highly skilled workforce that could be deployed at low cost across a wide range of productive activities. But the long-term economic consequences were less positive. The availability of cheap slave labor reduced the incentive to develop labor-saving technology, depressed wages for free workers, and drove many peasant farmers off their land, and created a social system in which physical labor was associated with servitude and therefore stigmatized among the free population. As the conquest slowed and the supply of war captives diminished in the imperial period, the slave population began to replenish itself naturally rather than through conquest. Changing the character of Roman slavery from a system of violent deracination to one of hereditary servitude, a change that gradually made Roman slavery resemble the serfdom of medieval Europe rather than the chattel slavery of the Roman Republic. Fact 84. The Roman countryside, villas, villages, and the rural majority. The Roman world that survives most vividly in the historical imagination is the world of the cities, the forums and baths and amphitheaters of Rome, Pompeii, Carthage, and Ephesus. But the Roman world as actually experienced by the majority of its inhabitants was a world of fields and farms, of small villages and rural estates, of seasonal agricultural labor and the slow rhythms of a life governed by the cycle of planting and harvest. Approximately 80 to 90% of the Roman Empire's population lived outside the cities, in the agricultural territories that surrounded and sustained them, and the history of this rural majority is both harder to reconstruct and essential to understanding what the Roman Empire actually was. The most visible feature of the Roman rural landscape for modern archaeology is the villa, the country house and agricultural estate that served as both the productive center of large-scale agricultural operations and, in its more elaborate forms, as the leisure retreat of wealthy Romans escaping the heat and noise of the city. The Roman villa existed in a vast range of forms and scales, from the modest working farms with simple residential quarters scattered across the agricultural landscapes of Italy, Gaul, and Britain, to the magnificent pleasure complexes, Hadrian's Villa at Tivoli, the Villa of the Papyri at Herculaneum, the palatial estates of the Campanian coast that combined agricultural productivity with the most refined expressions of Roman luxury, art, and intellectual life. The agricultural village, the vicus, was the basic social unit of the Roman rural world, a cluster of houses, a local market, a temple or two, and the social networks of mutual dependence and cooperation that governed daily life for the majority of the population. The vicus was connected to the wider Roman world by the road network, by the tax collection system, by the military recruitment system, and by the commercial networks that linked local agricultural production to the larger Roman economy. The peasant farmers and agricultural laborers who constituted the bulk of the rural population left few written records, but their lives are partially recoverable through archaeology, through the agricultural treatises of Columella and Varro, through the occasional glimpses in legal texts and administrative records, and through the rich body of Roman poetry, particularly the eclogues and Georgics of Virgil, that idealized the rural world even as it acknowledged its hardships. Fact 85. Roman diplomacy, the art of managing the world. The Roman Empire was not solely a military enterprise. It was also one of the most sophisticated diplomatic systems of the ancient world, capable of managing complex relationships with dozens of foreign powers simultaneously through a combination of formal treaty arrangements, dynastic marriages, the giving and receiving of hostages, the manipulation of succession disputes in client kingdoms, the deployment of gifts and prestige goods, and the careful calibration of military threats and commercial inducements that constituted what modern scholars call Roman soft power. Roman diplomacy was in many ways more important than Roman military power in maintaining the empire's dominant position, since the empire simply could not afford to fight every conflict militarily and relied heavily on relationship management to keep potential enemies from becoming actual ones. The formal apparatus of Roman diplomacy was relatively simple compared to modern diplomatic systems. Rome maintained no permanent embassies abroad and no professional diplomatic corps. Diplomatic missions were typically conducted by senators or equestrians appointed for a specific purpose. But the informal apparatus of Roman diplomatic influence was enormously sophisticated, built up over centuries of relationship management with the kings, chieftains, and nobles of the territories surrounding the empire. The client kingdom system was Rome's most important diplomatic tool, the arrangement by which neighboring peoples were recognized as autonomous kingdoms under kings who owed their thrones to Roman recognition and protection, were personally connected to Rome through years of education in the city or service in the Roman military, and governed their territories in ways that served Roman strategic interests, while providing a buffer between the empire's formal frontiers and the more distant peoples beyond. The Herods of Judea, the kings of Armenia, the princes of Mauritania, all were products of this system, their loyalty purchased through Roman favor and maintained through a combination of Roman military backing and the personal relationships formed during their years in Rome. The exchange of hostages, typically the sons of foreign rulers, was another standard diplomatic tool, one that simultaneously secured the loyalty of the father by holding his son in Rome and educated the son in Roman culture, creating the next generation of Rome-friendly leadership in the relevant kingdom. Fact 86. Roman wine, the drink that flowed through the empire. Wine was the central alcoholic beverage of the Roman world, more culturally significant, more economically important, and more deeply embedded in Roman social, religious, and medical practice than any other food or drink in the Roman diet. Romans of all social classes drank wine daily. It was mixed with water as the standard table drink, used in religious ceremonies and sacrifices, prescribed by physicians for a wide range of medical conditions, and produced in such quantities across the Mediterranean basin that the study of Roman wine production and trade has become one of the most productive areas of Roman economic archaeology. The amphorae, the large clay storage and transport vessels in which wine, olive oil, and garum moved around the Roman world, survive in enormous numbers, and their distribution patterns provide some of the clearest evidence available for the reach and organization of Roman long-distance trade. The Romans had a sophisticated and developed wine culture, with clear hierarchies of quality and provenance that are well documented in ancient sources. The most celebrated Italian wines were those from the Campanian region, the Falernian wines of the age of Falanus, described by Pliny the Elder as the only wine that could be lit on fire from its high alcohol content, and the wines of the slopes of Vesuvius were among the most prized in the Roman world. Vintage mattered. The finest wines were aged in the amphora, and the most prestigious vintages could command extraordinary prices after decades of storage. The best vintage of the 1st century BCE, produced in the year 121 BCE during the consulship of Opimius, the Opimian vintage, was still being drunk and celebrated a century later. Wine production was one of the most economically significant agricultural activities in the Roman world, and the organization of wine production on the great estates of Italy and the provinces represented some of the most intensive and sophisticated agricultural enterprise in antiquity. Roman viticulture involved elaborate systems of vine training, soil management, and harvesting that are described in detail in the agricultural treatises, and that represent a level of technical sophistication comparable to the finest wine-producing regions of modern Europe. Wine also occupied a central place in Roman social ritual. The convivium, the formal dinner party, was organized around the wine that flowed after the meal, and the elaborate social protocols of the convivium governed everything from the quantity mixed to the toasts proposed. Fact 87. Roman infrastructure's long shadow, what Rome built that still stands. The physical infrastructure of the Roman Empire, its roads, its bridges, its aqueducts, its walls, its harbors, its buildings, was built to last in a way that distinguished Roman engineering from most of what had come before it, and much of it has lasted in various states of preservation and adaptation into the modern world. The Roman concrete that formed the core of the Pantheon's dome, the Roman stone that paved the Appian Way, the Roman brick that lined the Cloaca Maxima. These are not merely archaeological curiosities, but functioning engineering achievements that have been in continuous use in some cases for over 2,000 years. The Roman-built environment is not merely a record of the past, but a physical presence in the present. The Roman road network, approximately 400,000 kilometers of roads of various grades, of which perhaps 80,000 to 0 kilometers were paved with stone, remains the largest road network built by any single pre-industrial state in history. Many Roman roads are still in use today, either as the foundations of modern roads that follow the same routes or as the physical surface itself, where the Roman paving survives. The road from London to York, the Roman Ermine Street, is still the basis of the modern A1 road. The Via Appia still runs from Rome to Brindisi along its original alignment. The Roman roads of the Rhineland and Gaul underlie many of the major roads of modern France, Germany, and the Low Countries. The Roman aqueducts, which brought fresh water to cities and agricultural areas across the empire through channels that maintained precise gradients over distances of tens or hundreds of kilometers, are among the most impressive engineering achievements of the ancient world. The Pont du Gard in southern France, the aqueduct bridge of Segovia in Spain, the remains of the aqueducts that still march across the Roman Campagna outside Rome. These structures demonstrate the Roman capacity for sustained, large-scale engineering enterprise on a scale that was not equaled in Western Europe until the Industrial Revolution. The buildings of the Roman world that survive or are partially preserved, the Colosseum and the Pantheon in Rome, the Theatre at Orange, the Baths at Bath, the Amphitheatre at Nimes, Hadrian's Wall, the temples at Baalbek, are the most visited ancient monuments in the world, receiving hundreds of millions of visitors each year and remaining as powerful symbols of Roman civilization's ambition and capability. Fact 88. The Roman Empire's population. Who were all these people? The Roman Empire at its height governed a territory encompassing approximately 70 to 80 million people, roughly a quarter of the world's total population at the time, across territories stretching from the Atlantic coast of Britain and Spain to the Euphrates River in the east, and from the Rhine and Danube in the north to the Sahara Desert and the first cataracts of the Nile in the south. The demographic history of the Roman Empire is one of the most important and most contested areas of Roman historical scholarship, because the size, composition, and distribution of the Roman population had profound implications for every aspect of the empire's economic, military, and political history. The ethnic and cultural composition of the empire's population was extraordinary in its diversity, a diversity that Roman imperial ideology celebrated as a demonstration of Rome's universal mission. The empire encompassed speakers of dozens of languages: Latin in the west and center, Greek in the east, Aramaic in Syria and the Near East, Coptic in Egypt, Berber in North Africa, Celtic in Gaul and Britain, Dacian north of the Danube. Many individuals were bilingual or trilingual, navigating between their local vernacular, Latin or Greek as the language of administration and commerce, and sometimes additional languages acquired through trade or military service across the empire's vast territories. The movement of people within the Roman Empire was substantial and continuous. Soldiers recruited from one province stationed in another, merchants following trade routes that crossed cultural and linguistic boundaries, slaves transporting from their places of origin to wherever their purchasers needed them, and ambitious provincials making their way to Rome in pursuit of careers and opportunities that the capital uniquely offered. The city of Rome itself was among the most diverse urban populations in the history of the ancient world, a churning cosmopolitan city of 1 million people drawing immigrants from every province and beyond. The demographic catastrophes of the 2nd and 3rd centuries, the Antonine Plague, the Plague of Cyprian, the disruptions of the crisis of the 3rd century, significantly reduced the empire's population and permanently altered its demographic structure, contributing to labor shortages, military recruitment difficulties, and the agricultural contractions that were part of the broader pattern of late imperial decline. Every plague wave took from the empire more than it could afford to lose. Fact 89. Roman engineering marvels, pushing the limits of the ancient world. The Romans were the greatest civil engineers of the ancient world, and their engineering achievements in concrete, in arch construction, in water management, in road building, and in the organization of large-scale construction projects requiring the coordination of thousands of workers over years or decades, set the technical ceiling of pre-industrial building for over 1,000 years. The specific engineering achievements of the Roman world were not merely larger versions of what earlier civilizations had built, but qualitative advances in the understanding of materials, forces, and construction organization that represented genuine technological breakthroughs. The most important Roman engineering innovation was opus cementitium, Roman concrete, a composite material consisting of lime mortar, volcanic ash pozzolana, and aggregate that, when mixed and cured, produced a material of extraordinary compressive strength and durability. The volcanic ash that was the key ingredient in the best Roman concrete, sourced primarily from the region around Pozzuoli near Naples, where it was found in abundant deposits, gave Roman concrete its characteristic ability to set and harden even underwater, making it possible to build harbor structures, bridge foundations, and other hydraulic engineering works that previous building traditions had been unable to achieve. The Pantheon's unreinforced concrete dome, 43.3 meters in diameter, the largest dome in the world for 1,300 years, until the construction of the Dome of Santa Maria del Fiore in Florence, represents the absolute limit of what Roman concrete engineering could achieve, and modern structural engineers continue to study it as a masterclass in the intuitive structural understanding that Roman builders brought to their work. The dome's geometry, a perfect hemisphere that would fit exactly within a sphere touching the floor, and its progressive lightening as it rises, through the use of pumice aggregate and the reduction in thickness from 6.4 meters at the base to 1.2 meters at the oculus, demonstrate a structural sophistication that goes well beyond empirical trial and error. The engineering of Roman harbors, the great artificial ports of Ostia, Caesarea Maritima, and Portus, built with concrete breakwaters and elaborate harbor facilities, transformed the commercial geography of the Mediterranean and provided the physical infrastructure for the enormous commercial traffic that sustained the imperial economy. Fact 90. The Roman Empire in memory, how the West has remembered Rome. The Roman Empire has never ceased to be a presence in the Western imagination, not as a remote historical curiosity, but as a living reference point, a source of models and warnings and metaphors that successive generations have returned to in their attempts to understand their own times, their own institutions, and their own political possibilities. The memory of Rome, what Rome was, what it achieved, why it fell, and what it left behind, has been one of the central preoccupations of Western intellectual culture from the medieval period to the present, and the ways in which different ages have imagined Rome reveal as much about those ages as about Rome itself. The medieval European understanding of Rome was shaped primarily by two lenses: the Latin literature that survived in monastic libraries and formed the basis of medieval education, and the Catholic Church, which presented itself as Rome's legitimate heir and whose hierarchy, language, and territorial organization reproduced the structures of the Roman state. Medieval kings and emperors competed to claim the Roman legacy. Charlemagne was crowned Holy Roman Emperor on Christmas Day 800 CE, in a ceremony that explicitly connected his authority to that of the Roman emperors, and the title Holy Roman Emperor was used by successive German rulers until Napoleon abolished the institution in 1806. The Renaissance recovery of classical antiquity transformed the European relationship with Rome. The rediscovery of texts, the excavation of ruins, and the systematic study of Roman art and architecture created a new, more historically grounded understanding of what Rome had actually been. For Renaissance humanists, Rome provided models of rhetoric, republican virtue, and aesthetic achievement that offered an alternative to the medieval Christian framework. For later political theorists, Machiavelli, Montesquieu, Gibbon, Rome provided the case study from which the principles of politics, the mechanics of empire, and the causes of political decline could be derived. The Roman Empire remains today one of the most written about, most debated, and most invoked entities in the history of human civilization, in films and novels, in political rhetoric, in the study of law and language and architecture and philosophy. Every generation finds in Rome something that speaks to its own condition: the grandeur and the corruption, the order and the violence, the extraordinary achievement and the equally extraordinary failure. Rome holds up a mirror to human ambition that has never lost its power to disturb and fascinate. Fact 91. The Roman Games and Animal Hunts, the Venations. The Venations, the staged hunts of wild and exotic animals that formed a standard part of Roman public spectacles, were one of the most visually spectacular and logistically extraordinary aspects of Roman entertainment, requiring the capture, transport, maintenance, and ultimate slaughter of animals from across the known world in a program of imperial display that demonstrated Rome's dominion over nature as a symbolic extension of its dominion over peoples. The animals that appeared in Roman arenas came from every corner of the empire and beyond: lions, leopards, and elephants from Africa, bears from Britannia, crocodiles and hippopotamuses from the Nile, tigers from India and Central Asia, rhinoceroses from equatorial Africa. a zoological diversity that required the organization of an imperial-scale supply chain stretching from the empire's frontiers to the arenas of its cities in the span of a single reign. The scale of animal killing in Roman spectacle was enormous by any measure. Julius Caesar presented 400 lions in a single set of games in 46 BCE. Augustus boasted of having exhibited 3,500 animals over the course of his reign. At the opening of the Colosseum by Titus in 80 CE, 9,000 animals were killed in the inaugural games. Trajan's Dacian triumph featured games lasting 123 days, in which 11,000 animals were killed, alongside 10,000 gladiatorial combatants. The cumulative effect of this demand, maintained over centuries of regular spectacle, on the wildlife populations of the supplying regions was significant, contributing to the local extinction or severe depletion of lions in North Africa and hippopotamuses in the Nile Delta. The venators, the beast hunters who fought and killed the animals in the arena, were a distinct class of arena performer from the gladiators, using spears, bows, swords, and sometimes a heavy cloak for defense. Their combat with exotic and dangerous animals required a combination of physical courage and trained skill that the Roman crowd recognized and rewarded with the same enthusiasm they brought to gladiatorial combat. Some venators became celebrated figures in their own right, their names appearing in graffiti and inscriptions alongside those of the most famous gladiators. The exotic animals also served a political function beyond entertainment. Their presence was a visual demonstration of the empire's geographic reach, a reminder to the Roman people that their city stood at the center of a world extending to its most remote corners, and that all things, even the most fearsome creatures of the earth, ultimately belonged to Rome. Fact 92. The Roman Senate's greatest speeches, oratory as power. The art of public speaking, rhetoric, was the central intellectual discipline of Roman education and the primary medium through which political power was exercised, contested, and legitimized in the Roman Republic. The Roman Forum was the theater of this rhetorical culture, the space in which the greatest orators of the ancient world performed before audiences that understood and appreciated the nuances of rhetorical technique, and where a speech could make or break a political career, determine the outcome of a trial, or tip the balance of a senatorial debate that would affect the lives of millions. In Rome, words were weapons as real as swords. Marcus Tullius Cicero, born in Arpinum in 106 BCE, murdered by Mark Antony's agents in 43 BCE, was not merely a great orator, but the man who defined what great Latin oratory was, and whose speeches, letters, and rhetorical treatises became the foundation of Latin literary education for 2,000 years. His prosecution of Verres, the corrupt governor of Sicily, demonstrated the potential of the law courts as a stage for political performance. His 4 Catilinarian orations, delivered in 63 BCE to expose and defeat the revolutionary conspiracy of Catiline, were the most celebrated political speeches of the Republic, still read and studied today for their rhetorical mastery. His Philippics, the 14 speeches against Mark Antony delivered in the final years of his life, were the last great assertion of republican principle against the rising tide of military autocracy, and they cost him his life when Antony's victory made them acts of political suicide. The rhetorical culture of the Roman Republic permeated Roman culture at every level and survived the transition from republic to empire, redirected from political deliberation into the safer channels of the law courts, the philosophical schools, and the literary salon. An emperor could silence the Senate. He could not entirely silence the language that the Senate had taught Rome to love. The imperial period produced its own great rhetoricians, Quintilian, whose Institutes of Oratory is the most comprehensive surviving ancient textbook of rhetoric, shaped Western rhetorical education through the Renaissance, and whose central argument, that the ideal orator must be a good man as well as a skilled speaker, connected the technical art of speech to the ethical foundations of Roman civic life. Fact 93. Roman graffiti, the voices the stone remembered. Among the most intimate and historically revealing documents to survive from the Roman world are the thousands of graffiti, inscriptions scratched, painted, or incised on the walls of Roman buildings, that cover the surfaces of Pompeii and Herculaneum with a density and variety that provide a direct window into the daily lives, the thoughts, the humor, the desires, and the social interactions of ordinary Romans in a way that no literary text or official inscription can match. The graffiti of Pompeii, preserved by the volcanic ash that buried the city in 79 CE, number in the thousands and cover an astonishing range of content, from electoral slogans and commercial advertisements to love poems, insults, obscenities, and the small verbal transactions of daily social life. The electoral notices of Pompeii, painted in red and black on the exterior walls of buildings throughout the city, constitute the most complete surviving record of local politics in any Roman city, listing the names of candidates for municipal office alongside the endorsements of individuals and groups supporting them. The fruit sellers recommend Gaius Julius Polybius. The muleteers support Marcus Cyrenius Vatia. The whole company of late drinkers endorses Caius Lollius Fuscus. These endorsements range from the respectable to the deliberately ridiculous. The pickpockets and the late-night drinkers were not intended as serious political supporters, but as a form of satirical commentary on the candidates they nominally backed. The personal graffiti, scratched with a nail or stylus into the plaster of tavern walls, bathhouse corridors, and the entrances of private houses, are the most immediately human of all Roman inscriptions. People recorded that they had been present, or Phidias was here. They declared their loves and grievances. Health to you, Victoria, and wherever you are, may you sneeze sweetly. They complained about their circumstances. I wonder, O wall, that you have not yet collapsed, since you support the tedious scrawlings of so many writers. They recorded the scores of games. They insulted their neighbors in terms that translate without difficulty into any modern language. The graffiti remind us, more powerfully than any other category of Roman evidence, that the people of the ancient world were not fundamentally different from the people who read about them today, that the gap of 2,000 years conceals an underlying human continuity of humor, desire, boredom, love, and the irresistible impulse to leave a mark on the world. Fact 94. The Roman Empire and climate, whether that made history. The Roman Empire rose and fell in a climate that was, for most of the period of Rome's greatness, unusually favorable for agricultural productivity, economic growth, and political stability, and declined in part during a period of climatic deterioration that reduced agricultural yields, spread disease, and contributed to the economic and demographic pressures that weakened the imperial system. The relationship between climate and the Roman Empire has emerged as one of the most productive areas of recent Roman historical scholarship. Combining the traditional methods of ancient history with the insights of paleoclimatology, the scientific reconstruction of past climates from tree rings, ice cores, lake sediments, and other natural archives. The Roman climate optimum, the period of unusually warm and stable climate that coincided approximately with the height of Roman power, from roughly the 3rd century BCE through the 2nd century CE, provided conditions exceptionally favorable for the expansion of Mediterranean agriculture. Warmer temperatures extended the growing season in the northern provinces of the empire. Reliable precipitation supported the intensive cultivation of grain, olive oil, and wine that were the foundations of the Roman agricultural economy, and the relative stability of the climate reduced the frequency of crop failures and famines that could destabilize the agricultural surplus on which the imperial system depended. The climate began to deteriorate from the late 2nd century CE onward, a period of increased volcanic activity, cooling temperatures, and increased climatic instability that coincided with and probably contributed to the economic and political difficulties of the late empire. The late antique Little Ice Age, a period of significant cooling that began around 536 CE, following a series of major volcanic eruptions that injected enough material into the stratosphere to reduce global temperatures measurably, struck the Eastern Roman Empire at a moment when it was already weakened by the Justinianic plague, contributing to agricultural failures, famine, and further demographic decline. The reconstruction of Roman climate history is an ongoing scientific project, but the results already achieved suggest that the traditional narrative of Rome's decline, focused primarily on political, military, and economic factors, needs to be supplemented by an understanding of the environmental context in which Roman history unfolded. Fact 95. Roman libraries and the preservation of knowledge. The libraries of the Roman world, the great public libraries of Rome and the provincial cities, the private collections of wealthy aristocrats, and the specialized collections of philosophical schools, were the primary institutions through which the literary and intellectual heritage of the ancient world was preserved, copied, and transmitted to the future. The survival of ancient literature, the poems of Virgil and Ovid, the histories of Tacitus and Livy, the philosophy of Cicero and Seneca, is ultimately the result of the decisions made by Roman librarians, wealthy book collectors, and the monks of the medieval period who copied and recopied these texts through the centuries when the institutions of classical learning were most at risk. Without those decisions, made one scroll at a time over generations, the ancient world would be largely silent. The first great public library in Rome was founded by Asinius Pollio around 39 BCE, making Rome notoriously the last of the great Mediterranean cities to possess one. Augustus subsequently founded 2 major public libraries, and the tradition of imperial library founding continued through the subsequent centuries. Trajan's Forum contained two libraries, one for Greek texts and one for Latin texts, reflecting the bilingual character of Roman intellectual culture. At their height, Rome's public libraries held perhaps 500,000 scrolls, each scroll representing a single book in the modern sense, laboriously hand-copied by slaves whose literary skill was among the most valuable they could possess. The private libraries of wealthy Romans were among the most important repositories of ancient literature. The Villa of the Papyri at Herculaneum, the country house of an unknown wealthy Roman, contained a library of approximately 1,800 papyrus scrolls, the only ancient library to survive substantially intact, most of them devoted to works of Epicurean philosophy. The carbonized scrolls, preserved by the same volcanic eruption that destroyed Herculaneum in 79 CE, have been slowly deciphered over 3 centuries and continue to yield new texts using modern imaging technologies. The loss of ancient literature through the fragility of papyrus scrolls, the burning of libraries in warfare, and the neglect of secular texts during the medieval period has been enormous. Modern scholars estimate that only approximately 10% of classical Latin literature and a similarly small proportion of Greek literature has survived. Every ancient text we still possess is a survivor of extraordinary contingency. Fact 96. Rome's relationship with Egypt, the empire's jewel. Egypt, the land of the pharaohs, of the pyramids, of the Nile flood that made the desert bloom, was the most economically important, the most culturally alien, and the most carefully controlled province in the entire Roman Empire, a territory so wealthy and so strategically vital that Augustus governed it under a uniquely restrictive system, designed to prevent any single individual from accumulating the resources to challenge imperial power. The conquest of Egypt in 30 BCE, following the defeat of Mark Antony and Cleopatra at Actium and their suicides in Alexandria, gave Rome control of the richest agricultural land in the Mediterranean and the commercial gateway to the trade routes of the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean. The meeting of Roman and Egyptian civilization produced one of the most remarkable cultural syntheses in the history of the ancient world. Roman Egypt was a place where Latin bureaucrats administered a population that spoke Greek as its language of culture, where Egyptian peasants farmed the Nile floodplain using techniques unchanged since the Pharaonic period, where the traditional Egyptian religion coexisted with Greek philosophy and the rapidly spreading new religion of Christianity. Alexandria, home to perhaps 500,000 to 700,000 people at its height, was the intellectual capital of the ancient world, the home of the museum and the library, and the crucible in which Greek philosophy, Egyptian religion, Jewish scripture, and Roman administration were fused into the intellectual culture of late antiquity. The Nile flood, the annual inundation that deposited the rich silt that made Egyptian agriculture so extraordinarily productive, was the economic foundation of Roman Egypt, and its management and the taxation of its yields were the central preoccupations of the Roman administration. A good flood meant abundance, high agricultural yields, full granaries, cheap grain for the city of Rome. A failed flood meant famine, social unrest, and the desperate attention of the emperor to the province whose grain kept the capital fed. The papyri of Roman Egypt, the thousands of documents preserved by the dry climate of the Egyptian desert, covering everything from official correspondence to private letters, contracts, and receipts, constitute the single largest archive of documentary evidence for the daily life of any ancient society, and their study has transformed our understanding of how ordinary people lived, worked, loved, and died in the Roman world. Fact 97. Roman military defeats, the disasters that shaped the empire. For all its military power and its centuries of expansion, the Roman Empire suffered a series of catastrophic military defeats that shaped its history as profoundly as any of its victories. Moments when the apparent invincibility of the Roman military system was shattered, when the consequences of the defeat rippled outward through the political and strategic landscape of the empire for decades, and when the loss of Roman life was so enormous that it left permanent marks on the Roman consciousness. These defeats were not simply military setbacks, but psychological and political earthquakes, moments of collective trauma that challenged the Roman self-understanding as the masters of the world. The most psychologically devastating military defeat in Roman history was the Battle of the Teutoburg Forest in 9 CE, the ambush in the forests of northwestern Germany in which the Germanic leader Arminius, a Roman-trained auxiliary commander who had turned against his employers, led a coalition of Germanic tribes in the destruction of 3 Roman legions under the command of Publius Quinctilius Varus. Approximately 20,000 Roman soldiers were killed in 3 days of ambush fighting in terrain that neutralized the Roman tactical advantages of disciplined formation and coordinated missile fire. Augustus, reportedly, was so shattered by the news that he wandered his palace for months, banging his head against the walls and crying, "Varus, give me back my legions." The Battle of Adrianople in 378 CE, in which the Eastern Emperor Valens was killed, and a Roman army of perhaps 20,000 men was destroyed by the Visigoth forces of Fritigern, was the most militarily consequential of Rome's late defeats. Demonstrating that the Germanic peoples had developed the tactical sophistication and the organizational coherence to defeat Roman armies in open battle, and that the empire could no longer assume military superiority over the peoples pressing on its frontiers. The Battle of Cannae in 216 BCE, in which Hannibal's army of approximately 50,000 destroyed a Roman force of perhaps 80,000, killing somewhere between 47,000 and 70,000 Romans in a single afternoon, in what military historians consider the most tactically perfect battle ever fought, remains the most studied engagement in the history of Western military theory. Its double envelopment still taught in military academies as the model of annihilation tactics. Fact 98, Rome's final eastern frontier, the long war with Persia. The confrontation between Rome and the Persian world, first Parthia, then from the early 3rd century CE the Sassanid Persian Empire, was the longest-running and most evenly matched conflict in the history of the ancient world, a strategic rivalry lasting over 7 centuries that consumed enormous resources on both sides, produced some of the most dramatic episodes in Roman military history, and ended only when both exhausted empires were swept away by the Arab conquests of the 7th century. The Euphrates River that marked the approximate boundary between the two empires was the most diplomatically contested line on the ancient map, crossed in war and negotiation so many times that the border between the Roman and Persian worlds had the quality of a living membrane rather than a fixed division. The Parthian Empire, the dynasty of Iranian horsemen that controlled the Iranian plateau, Mesopotamia, and much of the Near East from the 3rd century BCE to 224 CE, was Rome's most consistent and most capable eastern adversary. The defeat and death of the triumvir Crassus at the Battle of Carrhae in 53 BCE, in which Parthian horse archers and heavy cavalry destroyed a Roman army of 7 legions in the Syrian desert, killing approximately 20,000 Romans and capturing 10,000 more, was the most humiliating military disaster of the late Republic, and the standards captured from the dead legions became a symbol of Roman shame that Augustus spent decades trying to recover diplomatically. The Sassanid Persian Empire, which replaced Parthia in 224 CE after a revolution that overthrew the last Parthian king, was a more centralized, more aggressive, and more ideologically motivated adversary than its predecessor, driven by a Zoroastrian religious nationalism that saw the Persian Empire as the rightful master of the world and Rome as an illegitimate interloper. The most dramatic episode of the Roman-Sassanid conflict was the capture of the Emperor Valerian by the Sassanid king Shapur I in 260 CE, the only Roman emperor ever captured alive by a foreign enemy, a humiliation so severe that Shapur commemorated it in rock carvings that still survive in the cliffs of Naqsh-i-Rostam in Iran. The wars between Rome and Persia ended not with the victory of either side, but with their mutual destruction. Both empires entered the 7th century, so weakened by decades of devastating conflict that neither could offer effective resistance to the Arab armies that swept out of Arabia in the 630s. Fact 99, what Rome gave the Church, Christianity's imperial inheritance. The transformation of Christianity from a persecuted minority religion into the official faith of the Roman Empire, and the subsequent transformation of the Roman Church from a community of believers into a powerful institution with territorial authority, legal privileges, and political ambitions, was one of the most consequential developments in the history of Western civilization, and it was accomplished not despite the Roman imperial context but through it, using the institutions. The legal frameworks, the territorial organization, and the political culture of the empire that had persecuted Christianity to build the church that would outlast and in many ways replace that empire. The Council of Nicaea in 325 CE, convened by the Emperor Constantine, who presided over it in his imperial robes and clearly saw himself as the divinely appointed supervisor of the church as well as the state, was a defining moment in the relationship between imperial and ecclesiastical authority. At Nicaea, the assembled bishops of the Christian world formulated the Nicene Creed, the statement of Orthodox Christian belief that established the theological foundations of both Catholic and Orthodox Christianity, and the imperial government for the first time extended its coercive power to enforce theological conformity, making the decision about which version of Christianity was orthodox a matter of imperial as well as ecclesiastical authority. The organizational structure of the Catholic Church with its diocese, from the Latin diocesis, originally an administrative subdivision of the Roman Empire, its provinces, its councils, and its hierarchy of bishops, reproduced the administrative geography of the late Roman Empire so precisely that the Church can be understood as a continuation of Roman imperial administration by other means, maintaining the Latin language, the Roman legal tradition, and the Roman territorial framework in the western provinces long after the political empire had ceased to exist. The Pope, the Bishop of Rome, inherited not only the spiritual authority of the Apostle Peter, but the political prestige of the imperial city whose bishop he was, and the claims of the medieval papacy to universal spiritual authority over Christendom were built on the Roman foundation of universalism, the claim that Rome's authority extended to all peoples, all territories, and all aspects of human life. That the empire had first articulated, and the Church subsequently adapted to its own purposes. Fact 100, Rome's final lesson, what the empire means today. We have traveled through 100 facts, and now we come to the last, the question that all these stories together ask us to consider: what does Rome mean? Not what it was, which we have explored at length, the wolf and the twins, the Senate and the legions, the aqueducts and the arenas, the philosophers and the plague, but what it means now to us, in a world that Rome built and that Rome's fall helped to unmake, and that has been spending 2,000 years deciding what to do with the inheritance it did not ask for and cannot set aside. Rome was an empire built on violence, on conquest, on slavery, on the systematic extraction of resources from subjugated peoples. It killed thousands in its arenas for entertainment, crucified its political enemies, enslaved a third of its population. To admire Rome is not to be blind to these things, and the history of Rome's reception in the modern world is in part a history of the ways in which Roman models of power and universal authority have been invoked to justify conquest, colonialism, and domination. Every modern empire that has used Rome as its model has done so selectively, claiming the grandeur while finding it convenient not to dwell on the slaves, the crucified, and the conquered. But Rome was also something more, an experiment in multicultural governance on a scale that had never previously been attempted, an attempt to create a common civic identity across dozens of peoples, languages, and cultures, to build a legal system that applied to all, to maintain a peace across the breadth of the known world for centuries at a time. The Roman roads, the Roman law, the Roman language, the Roman church, these are the inheritance that 2,000 years of subsequent civilization have built on, and they retain their shaping power in the world we inhabit today. What Rome ultimately teaches is the lesson that all great civilizations eventually teach, that human achievement and human cruelty are not opposites but companions, that the same energy that builds aqueducts and writes philosophy can fill arenas with blood, that the institutions we create are always vulnerable to the people who inhabit them, and that nothing lasts. The eternal city was not eternal. But what it made and what it was and what it dreamed, that is still here, still present, still asking us what we will do with it. The dream of Rome is ancient, and it is not over. It has never been over. 100 facts, the whole arc of the empire, from the Wolf's Cave to the walls of Constantinople, from the Appian Way to the edge of the known world. You have carried it all with you through the night. Now let it settle gently into the place where stories go when sleep receives them. Rome was real, and in the deep quiet of the night it is still somehow here. This has been explored during sleeping. Rest well.